Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Time for Matt Josh. Hi, Matt Josh.
Hi, Schaefer Happer.
Well, it doesn't work as well.
It's
It
Happer
doesn't.
Schaefer.
Well, that's
Okay.
why I kind of went opposite. I guess.
Or
there's
Connor and Mike.
I guess, or Mike Connor.
Connor and Mike.
Mike Connor and Matt Josh. That's kind of the same vibe. They kind of vibe in the same, same corporation, different division.
Matt Josh works because it is exactly 2 syllables.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. I guess Connor, Mike. That's 3 syllables.
Nah, it
Clearly.
exceeds the syllable limit.
Con Mike. Mike Con.
Con Mike.
Mike Con. What if we had like a con and all of the Mikes in America visited? And
You mean all the listeners of 1620 The Zone? They're all named Mike.
They are
everybody's
all
named
named
Mike.
All the villains are Mike.
We just have a mic off, if you will, and you just all go to one. We'll host it in
This
Seattle.
is like when all the Joshes met at the air park in Lincoln
Yep.
during COVID.
Yep.
Wasn't there one with Ryans too? All the Ryans met somewhere.
Yep.
All the Mats are too busy to be doing things. We're all employed. So it's just like we don't have time to come and meet up with all one another. Also, there's way too many of us. I've never been in a friend group that didn't have another Matt.
You think there's more Matts than Ryans and Joshes?
1,000,000%, without a doubt. You can't throw a stone. You can't meet 20 men and one of them is not named Matt or Matthew.
Man, I don't know why you're so confident about this. I obviously can't prove you wrong, but like I don't know if I'd be as confident.
I have gone.
I think Matt's a second tier. Matt's a second tier popularity name.
I don't agree with that at all.
First tier is
John
Mike.
John Mike,
and
Those were 1-2 for like a 40-year stretch for boys.
and are we technically adding Jack because Jacks are Johns,
Yes.
right? So
Sure.
John Mike.
anybody
Jack,
whose official name is John.
John, yeah.
And then second tier is like
I agree with that.
Matt.
Matt.
Ryan
I think Josh or Joshua is right there.
in top tier.
In the second
Second
tier.
tier.
There's a
There's
very
always
clear
another
1-2.
How about Robert? Rob.
No, not well. Maybe in the past, I
Yeah.
think Robert might have been demoted. I don't know too many Bobs. I don't know too many Bobs or Bobbies.
Well, I don't know that Roberts are now converting. I think Bob has been phased out, but Rob is still.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rob.
But all the Robs I know are older men. I don't know too many young Roberts. I don't have a friend.
I know a young Robert.
And a 1, yeah.
I think Josh definitely is tier 2.
Josh is absolutely tier 2.
Josh
But
is absolutely tier 2.
what I'm saying
Matt's
is
tier
Josh
2.
is the same tier as Matt.
Would you put Luke or Kyle in tier 2? I'd probably say Kyle's a tier 3 name.
I don't know that many
definite-
Kyles.
but
so
definitely-
anecdotally, it's not.
Definitely rising.
That. I know Kyles, but
I think
relative to
Kyles
the
are
other
going up.
Kyles are definitely going up. I knew a lot of Kyles in college.
See,
I
I
knew
think
a lot
Kyles-
of Kyles in high school.
I think Kyles are going down by virtue of the white people naming their sons very unorthodox things.
Sure. Like felony.
Jackson with an X and Cameron with a
With an
Y,
apostrophe.
with a K, or something like that. Yes.
I think
I think every
Greg,
other
we're missing
name,
one here.
every other name is being affected by the fact
Luke.
that
So
I know a lot of Lukes.
Jacob or Jake.
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 That could be. That's borderline tier 1.
So basically, looking at this list, which it's the internet, so I assume it's 100% accurate.
Yeah, good assumption.
Michael went from roughly 1954 to right around 1998, either being first or second. Nope, it was
Wow.
still second all the way
What a
to
run.
2009. So
I'm-
either 1 or 2 for
Yeah.
Michael. John, surprisingly, falls off this list sooner than you would think. And so you have more.
80s. When does John fall off?
John kind of falls off, it looks
Oh,
like, in the 80s.
Where's Will? Where would Will go?
Williams
Will
have
is not
probably
listed.
fallen off.
James is on here. David,
James,
Andrew.
But
David, Andrew. Oh,
James is kind of.
Matthew is on here, by the way.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Matthew, I think tier 2 very.
I
tier 2.
think strong tier 2 for Matthew.
Yeah, but you were arguing that it was tier 1.
I think I agree with what you did.
Yeah,
I agree
with
what I agree
Matthew
with what you
has
did.
2 years in here where it was the second name.
This is power rankings through tiers. Well, I guess it's not a power ranking. I guess we're not ranking what the
we haven't
best names
collected
are.
all the names yet.
I will agree that John and Mike are just straight up tier 2, and then I agree with you guys. I even would put Josh as top of tier 2.
By 2011, there is no Michael, there is no Matthew, there is no James, there is no Kyle, there's no Luke. It becomes, according to this,
it's being diluted by the Camerons and the Jacksons
Jacob
and the Seths.
Mason, Ethan,
Mason,
Noah, William.
Yeah, William. Seth is on the rise.
William
too.
remains to be of the traditional names. William has a longer staying power.
I'm telling you, Will's a big one. I knew a lot
Liam
of Wills.
has been making a run since 2017.
Yeah, good
again,
one.
per this list, which is the Social Security.
What's Ian doing?
Government.
What's Ian
I feel
doing?
okay.
They would know. Yes.
What's Ian
Allegedly.
doing? Is Ian doing well?
Ian is not on here.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know too many Ians anymore. Feel like
it only gives you 5.
Yeah.
So
how about Nathan? Nathan's kind of taking a bit.
I don't think I saw Nathan on here.
Not too many.
You think,
Nates.
okay, so stock up, stock down. Let's just play that.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Stock,
okay.
stock up, stock down. Nathan.
Stock down.
Down.
Yeah, I think
was
so
never
too.
a top 5 name on this
Stock
list.
down
This
big
goes
time.
from 1926 to 2025.
Stock up, stock down. Mark.
Down.
Yeah, majorly, right?
Down.
Definitely
yeah.
down.
Mark never made the list.
Definitely down.
Yeah, definitely down for Mark.
Currently, Liam, Noah, and Oliver have held the top 3 spots since 2019.
Stock up on
Yeah,
Liam.
yeah.
Stock way up.
I'll say
stock
I
up on
pitched the name
Hudson.
Liam, it went nowhere.
Stock
Hunters,
up, Hunters. Stock-
Chases as well.
I need this to go more than 5 because all of these are going to be on there. They're just not in the top
Stock
5.
up, stock down. T-Bob.
What is that guy's name? What's his actual
I
name?
have no idea.
Is it T?
I have
That
no.
would be great.
I have no idea.
It's probably Theodore Roberts.
I'll tell you
Right.
right.
He just goes by T-Bob.
I know this is a different realm that maybe
Theodore
Connor
number 4, by the
Connor
way.
might actually have a better expertise on this because he actually has a daughter. But I would go stock up Ellie.
Yes.
Ellie's
Ellie's are coming up.
are major stock up.
Well, what are the girls?
T-Bob's name is Bobby Joseph.
Bobby Joe.
Bobby Joe.
Okay.
Bobby Joe's stock down.
Asian Joe goes.
Unless
Makes
you're in
Joe's
West
great.
Virginia.
This is kind of fun. So we go all the way back to 26. Mary is number 1
Yeah.
until 1946 when Linda takes over.
This all makes sense.
Linda
This all
from
tracks.
1947, and then Mary reclaims the throne in 53.
Where does Margaret?
Mary has
Hang
it
on,
again
Matt.
until Lisa comes in 62.
Yes.
Holds Lisa all the way until we start to hit the J's with Jennifer. Jennifer hangs in there until she gives way to a fellow J in Jessica.
Ooh.
Yep.
And this is by what year now?
We've gotten to 1990. It's Jessica. There's a 2-year
Jessica
run.
90s perfect.
There's
Yeah.
a 2-year run for Ashley in the 1990s.
Late
Another
90s,
one.
got to be, yeah.
Jessica reclaims until 95.
That's because Jessica Simpson.
And then could you come up with the name that took over from 96 until 2007?
Ashley.
11-year run.
Ashley.
No,
Great
it
call.
has not been said yet.
Catherine.
No.
Catherine. Really?
Not on there.
Oh, I know so many Katie's.
Katie. Katie. Yeah. Well,
Like
yeah.
That's a good one.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not on
Okay.
there.
I know so many Katie's, Kates, and
A
Catherine.
lot of Katie. Katie stock up still.
Still.
Yeah.
Starts
Right.
with a vowel. Starts with a vowel.
Anna.
No.
Alexander.
Great guess.
Starts with
You're good at this. Like, you're not getting it right, but I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a great guess.
Indica.
What?
I don't know.
All right,
It's not
weed boy.
indica.
Elizabeth.
sativa.
Elizabeth.
It's
Elizabeth.
not hybrid.
Ford Festiva. Elizabeth.
You are very close.
Olivia.
Ooh.
That is the number 1 name for the
Stock
last
up.
10
Yeah.
years.
Stock up.
Olivia is through the roof.
How many
Yeah.
lives do I know?
Olivia is
Too
through
many.
the roof.
Yeah.
But it's not that. You were very close. You were closer with Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Beth.
So think about the
Liz.
letter.
I can't.
Oh,
I
no,
wait.
you said it starts with a vowel.
A-E-I-O-U.
Emily.
A-E-I.
There it is.
Attaboy.
See, I
Emily,
told you
11
you're
year
good at
run.
this.
And then here's a sneaky, like this is a 2-year run from a non-power forward school.
UCF.
The butler of women's names.
Isabella.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What years were those?
Those were I don't know what was happening in
08?
2009 and 2010.
That's so crazy. My sister's middle name is Isabella.
and now we're so 2011, Sophia.
Yeah.
through 2013, and then Emma has a 5-year run of glory till 2018, and then it's just an Olivia world.
So get ready to
Emma have been trading back and forth.
So get ready to meet lots of Olivias and Emmas,
or M's
as they come into the real world.
Yeah, or Schmems, or
Charlotte's in there.
Charlotte, yeah, we're probably still stock up on Charlotte.
That's one of the royal babies is named Charlotte, right?
Oh, that's probably why.
That's what I get into. I'm like, okay, why is that the most popular?
Stock up on Gwen.
Stock up on Gwen.
A lot of Gwens in my life.
Gwens are back.
When you say a lot, are you saying 3?
I'm saying 5.
5 Gwens.
You know 5 Gwens.
You don't know 5 Gwens.
Gwyneth. Gwyneth is
you can't name Tony either.
Can I name? Can I name Gwen Stefani?
No,
that doesn't count.
Get out of here.
I know 2
You know
Gwens.
maximum 1
You've
Gwen.
never met a Gwen in real life.
That's not true. I have met a Gwen.
I know one
Call her
Gwen
right now.
All right. I can't. I don't know if she.
It's Wednesday. She can be the wacky guest.
Here, I'll show you. This person.
Gwens
There
are
you
not.
go. There's one in my contacts right there.
Hey, he did show
And
me
then-
a person.
and
Whether
then-
that's a real person.
That's the only one.
And then no, Gwyneth. Gwen is my cousin.
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn.
No, not Gwendolyn. Maybe I'm wrong. on the
Lanolyn?
Gwens. Yeah, I
like
overplayed
sheep's
that.
wool.
I just got a text. I just want you to know we named our daughter Charlotte before the royal family.
Okay.
He does not want to be
Yep. Don't lump
thought
it
of
in.
as someone who followed the royal family.
Margaret not being on that most popular women's name list is shocking to me.
Well, it might
I
be.
thought-
It probably showed up on a top 5 in the 60s.
Okay,
Stock up-
1926 to 1930 are the 5 appearances for Margaret in the top 5.
Stock up, stock down on Maggie.
Down,
Probably
I think.
too much of a
Yeah.
nickname to appear on the list.
Yeah.
But that'd be a Margaret.
When you have
Yeah,
shortened
would be.
names like that, they're not gonna.
Too many variations.
fun.
It gets diluted.
Mhm.
The pool, it's diluted. Much like with the Camerons and the Jacksons.
You were really on the camera.
It's really the Jacksons.
Yeah.
The Jacksons.
Well,
There's
there's the Jacksons with the 14 different
Exactly.
spellings.
Jacksons with an X.
There's
or
when
an
you
EN.
when you go up to
Give me some more good stock up, stock downs. I need some.
stock up, stock down. Brock.
Not on here. I really wish this went out to 10. There's a name in here that will make you guys laugh.
Here, let me just go to my group chats. It's the most American male names ever.
There was a run on Brock, and I think we're probably stock down now.
Here's a good one.
People don't want to name their kid after Brock.
Stock
Lesnar.
up, stock down. Daniel
Okay, did Daniel appear on this?
Oh,
in the Daniel. I think
I'll
we're.
go,
I'm gonna say like steady, like status
Yeah.
quo.
Yeah.
Like there's always a good run of Dan. Always
Okay,
Dan's.
Daniel made 4 appearances in 2 different decades.
Here's a good one.
Dan is steady. Dan is not
that seems
not very volatile.
I got 2 good ones.
Good luck with that, Dan.
To kind of your Cameron area. Stock up, stock down. Griffin.
not on here.
Way up.
Way up.
Yeah,
I agree with
way up.
that. And then stock up, stock down. Sean.
Ooh.
Another kind of
I'll go
steady
down.
one, right?
Yeah, I agree with the
But
steady.
probably slightly down.
I'll
How
go.
do people spell that now?
Oh well,
Most common spelling of Sean.
What you
Well,
can, you
to me, it's probably SEAN is the most common.
Sean Bradley or Sean Evans?
Yeah, that's probably a good
I've
one.
only ever met one SHAW.
Or there's Sean White, right? He's AUN.
He's
yeah.
AU. Well, I forget about the AU.
And then
Some
there's
people
Sean
just throw in
Figgins,
the
who's
U.
just breaking
Chone.
breaking the whole mold.
I remember Chone.
Yeah, I think the people who spell their name Jeff GOFF. Like, what are we doing? You know, we don't have to
Well, they
reinvent
didn't
the
get to
wheel.
pick it. Their
Well,
parents.
that's a good point. I think stock up on this one, Quinn.
Girl. Quinn.
Either or.
Really?
It's goes either way.
One of my
basically.
friends named his daughter Quinn.
Yeah.
So
Good
One
name.
of my best friends. His name is Quinn.
You just always
Q.
call him by Q forever.
No, I just call him Quinn.
You call him Quinn. You
I
don't
just-
call him Q.
I've never
I call
called him Q. I've never called him Q once.
Are
What's
you,
up, Q?
are you considering it now?
No, but I
what
call
about Quincy. Is
I've,
it?
I've never met a Quincy.
Oh, I know some Quincy's. We
I
call
mean,
him
there's
Q.
lots of Quincy's in the sporting world, but I haven't met a Quincy.
Jason. I call I know like 2 Jasons. I both
That
call
name
him
is
Jay.
on here a bunch, by the way.
Jason Winnetal. Yeah, I think that's probably Scott Steady. Daniel, Sean, Jason, all kind of stock
Well,
steady.
I think Jason is a tier 2 potential name.
Oh,
pretty timeless.
Yeah.
Daniel, Sean, Jason.
Just never going anywhere.
Yeah.
Jason's on here 10 times, and it's just sort of hanging out from second and the fourth.
They're kind of like the chicken parmesan of names. Like it'll always be on the menu, and it always will be great. It always will be there. That's a good one.
with this.
That's a good one. It really, they really are.
I don't know why it all has to be chicken parmesan.
You were really playing to the panel on that one. Good job by you.
Everyone know. Is there anyone? Look at us.
argument.
Is there anyone here on this panel who wouldn't like chicken parmesan?
I love chicken
Oh,
parmesan.
I love
chicken
chicken.
parm.
I had a chicken parmesan sandwich. That's why I couldn't sleep last
Here's what
night.
I want to know from you, though, because you have now immigrated to this wonderful food world of the Midwest.
Yeah.
You're not finding that on menus as often as you're going to find it in Chicago and elsewhere. Like the chicken parm is not just sitting on menus.
There's definitely there's lesser. The joke I always made is there's no such thing as an Irish bar in Chicago. It's just bars.
Sure.
Like every bar we went to was an Irish bar. It's kind of the same thing with Italian restaurants. Like everywhere you go, you're stone's throw away from an Italian restaurant. I obviously there's Italian restaurants here, not to the same population. So you are correct. Now, when I do go to an Italian restaurant, I've been to multiple here in Nebraska. They've always had a chicken parm.
Okay, but when you're saying it's always on the menu, like that includes all. Like there's items that are going to be on menus across, regardless of what the specialty is.
But if I told you,
I
told you that Sean, Jason, and Daniel were the calamari of names, you'd probably be less.
I would wonder why you chose calamari.
Exactly, chicken.
I think it's less about. I think it's less about chicken parm's availability and more about its general consistency. It's hard to make a bad one.
Okay,
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think that's what I'm going.
All this has done is
with
made
both.
me want to eat chicken parm. By the way.
My favorite food.
Oh, straight up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
good.
It's I don't know about you guys, but like I hate getting asked questions like that. So I came up with stock answers for all of those questions.
It's so weird
that.
because you like being involved in being asked questions.
Yeah.
But when people want to specifically nail you down on something, you get squirmed.
I have a hard time coming up with answers. Yes.
I think chicken parm would probably be my
that's my stock answer.
My number 2 for Italian food would be anything piccata, like anything.
This is its number 1 overall.
Yeah, I would say my number 1 like in
number
cuisine?
1 food. I mean, what did I have for my birthday celebration?
Sandwich,
I felt like you missed that part of it.
Yeah, I did definitely.
With the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, even if you put it up against lasagna, which famously he's taking almost over everything.
Yeah,
he's taking chicken parm.
What is the lasagna of names?
All right. I was going to say, is lasagna stock up or stock down?
Lasagna stock up for
Christopher.
sure.
That's what it is.
Oh, that's a great one.
That
is a great one, Mike Schaefer. That's phenomenal.
I'm cheating here.
I think you're great. I think that's awesome. Lasagna stock up, stock down, stock up.
Steady. It's steady to maybe up a little bit. People are doing different stuff with lasagna these days. Yeah. They're trying too much. They're probably trying to spell Christopher and creative in different ways as well.
Yeah, with a K. Yeah, K-R-I-S.
I forgot to tell you about one of the great conversations I had with Lanny on Saturday as we were enjoying the suspended game. We got in a real long conversation about Chris Davis with a C and Chris Davis with a K.
I hated that girl.
And then one of the two between Lanny and Jake was overzealous about how many home runs that Chris Davis with a K had hit.
Chris Davis with a K?
Yeah, and then we had made a bet on this. And I was thinking to myself as I walked away from it, I would never have a conversation like that without involving those two specifically.
Nope. Almost every conversation they've ever had, I think, ends in a bet.
Who are these people?
These two idiots.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them hosts a radio show in Lincoln. The other one used to host a radio show in Lincoln.
Gotcha.
And he's
We work with all of them.
dearly departed into being a lawyer.
Oh, wow. He did the opposite Mitchell. He did the anti-Jack Mitchell.
That's right.
He went from
I never thought about
he
that.
went from radio to lawyer instead of lawyer to radio.
That's right. Yeah.
There's not a lot, but there are similarities with those.
I will unwillingly engage myself in at least 4 bets this weekend with those two people.
Oh man, I cannot wait for Monday to get a full rundown of the stupidity that occurred.
I'm going to Lake Geneva at the end of June, so the end of this month, to go on a golf trip, and my buddy Jason will be there, and I already know that I'm going to have to put money aside for side bets I'm going to do with him. Like I've already thought
Are you
about
gonna be
it.
betting on the course like per shot?
We're gonna be
or-
on the same team probably, and we're gonna be betting against each other. Like that's just how it
If
works.
your group that you're playing with, the cart girl comes by and they stop and they decide to get shots, and you're handed a shooter of spicy pickle vodka, how
Yeah.
would you feel about this?
I mean, if it's free, if it's free, I'm gonna drink it.
I don't know if your group buys them.
There's no money. Money doesn't exist. Just yes or no.
No,
I agree.
Yeah.
God no.
So bad. That was my first of my TikToks
There's
today.
zero. There is zero.
I thought that was a perfect one to lead off.
I don't think
It's
there's.
a good one.
I don't think there's anything redeeming about that. I
was
just
awful.
can't imagine the flavor.
Spicy pickle.
Somebody
like pickle,
said-
like
Pickle already. is
Somebody
pushing
said
it.
it sounds
I
like
don't
it would
know
be
why
good
people
in a
wanna
Bloody
drink
Mary.
pickle flavor.
oh yeah.
And I said
Sure.
it probably would be pretty
Yeah.
good in a Bloody Mary.
"Oh,
but definitely
ooh,
not
ooh.
alone.
That's a great heads up call.
Nope,
by
you got to shoot it and then hit your tee shot.
Is
I
it
don't want
sauce weekend or Bromaha weekend?
I have a wedding. It's Lanny's wedding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's the fun guy's wedding.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
That'll be something.
Yeah.
I'm
the MC. I've been hired.
wow.
Ooh.
Well, not for any.
Good
I-
gig.
I have 4 weddings coming up in
yeah, you're
2027.
that age.
You are
Yeah.
in
Yep.
wedding hell.
Mhm.
I have 4 coming.
The next 5 years, you're gonna go to.
And right when you think it's
closet-
over, it keeps going.
And those 4, by the way, are set. Like I have 4 set weddings. Like it is happening. It's not like me. It's not like Gwen's where I'm guessing.
I think
this
the,
is-
the max.
This is 4 set weddings.
What was your max year to year
Oh.
wedding attendance?
I had a pretty consistent run of having 6 weddings for a 3-year stretch.
I
Probably.
think 6 was my
Wow.
max.
And then
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
different times in that I was in 2 of those. Like there was a year where I wasn't in any in between,
Mm.
but I was in 4 of the 6, none 4 of the 6.
Oh,
Oh,
I have suits that will never be worn again.
Ooh, I will be in none of the 4.
well, you're
It
just
is
at
a
the beginning.
Tremendous honor to be in a wedding.
hmm
At some point, you no longer want that.
yeah.
One of them I should be in, but because of the lack of groomsmen, I will not be. Like I'm getting
That's
kicked.
good.
I'm getting.
It's a perfect spot.
I'm
Yep.
getting kicked out by the lack of groomsmen / the
Sounds
influx of brothers. There
You-
are too many brothers.
You'll be in. That means you'll be invited to some of the extra shenanigans. and
I'll
things
be
of
in the
that
back
nature.
room.
You
I'll be
want
in
to
the
be the
back.
guy that gets the invite to be on either the post-wedding party bus or the
Whoa.
bachelor party or
Oh.
whatever without having to be the guy that's having to get the suit and go to the rehearsal and everything.
Hundo.
I definitely don't want to be a part of the picture committee. Like the people who have to stay back longer
yeah.
to take all the pictures. That's
The
kind of
best being on the bus when you don't have to be in the pictures.
is
Awesome.
I think that's where I'm at for
Mhm.
one of these weddings.
Perfect.
And another wedding, I am a part of the friend group. I'm just not a strong enough part of the friend group where it's like, oh, Maddie's here. Great. But nothing will be expected of me other than to say, congratulations, give a gift and get drunk.
Well, generally, there's no I mean, just from my own experience of getting married, I had no expectations of anyone.
This will definitely
day.
be my minor league wedding year because it's a lot of Nebraska, Chicago weddings.
I would
There's
like
one
to-
wedding in Alabama.
I want to read some major league wedding
Go ahead.
years here. Aaron and Papillion, I had 13 one year. Platcat,
Woof.
between me and I'm going to assume this is Mrs. Platcat or soon to be Mrs. Platcat. No
Whoa,
pressure.
Josh.
We have 22 we were invited to one year. I think we made 17.
Oh my God. That's
That's too many.
every weekend.
There was probably a weekend or two where it was one on Friday, one on Saturday.
Now that actually doesn't seem so bad. If I could do it, if I could line up 3 in a weekend, that'd be kind of sick. Like,
Actually, yeah.
oh, I don't want it to be every week for
Uh-huh.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
That would
Oh,
be terrible.
you say you just knock them all out.
yeah.
Mhm.
Just give me a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I think it
Nobody's
is.
that
That
lucky. though.
Sunday wedding is going to be
Yeah. I don't even think I've been to a
Rough.
Sunday wedding.
This is a.
Because you didn't go to Nick's.
I didn't go to Nick's.
there are nice. There's so many. Like now there's so many Thursday weddings and so many Sunday weddings and
I don't think I've ever been to a
I've never done a
Thursday
Thursday
wedding.
wedding.
Whoa.
yeah, there's a Thursday wedding that people went to. At
What's
ESPN.
the advantage of a Thursday wedding?
I have no idea.
Cheap.
They were just like, we went to a Thursday wedding. We did a Thursday wedding.
It's like Thursday night football. Like, you
was it
know,
a holiday?
It was. I have no. People
'Cause,
were
like people do New Year's
people
Eve,
I
and
was
that could be
working-
on a Thursday.
people I was working with at ESPN. They're like, yeah, I'm going to a wedding tonight. I'm like, it's Thursday, and they're like, yep, Thursday wedding.
So I like if it goes into a holiday weekend, like
It was summer. It was summer.
What if it was like Memorial Day, and then so you just automatically just bang work on Friday?
Yeah.
You're all weekend, and you get Monday too. That's kind of genius.
I think I don't know if that's what they did, but a Thursday wedding did happen in my vicinity.
I'd be kind of jacked for a Thursday wedding.
Really?
I'm jacked for Thursday night football every week.
How hard are you going? You
I mean, you got to
Yeah,
think.
but you're automatically like you cannot go to work the next
I
day.
think the last time I went
You're
hard at a
up,
wedding
okay.
now.
Yeah,
I feel like it's been a few years.
that's part of the
Yeah.
that era that
I went
Matt's in.
hard at
Yeah,
those
yeah.
weddings. Yeah.
Yeah, the last wedding I was at in Denver, which was the week of the Cincinnati game, I went very hard.
Oh,
Probably.
you're going in your wedding prime.
Yeah.
You're going to be in big trouble.
How do you feel about champagne?
Love champagne.
I
Okay.
love
Great,
champagne.
great part of France.
I was
You
the
were
only
gonna
one
be in
that
big
drank it
trouble.
at my wedding.
You asked Matt about a liquid that he could drink.
Well, I asked him about spicy vodka
No, God no.
or spicy pickle vodka.
That's true. Yeah.
I tried having the apple fireball. Have you had
That's
that one?
fine.
The apple fireball.
I
I'm
It's
tried
not
like
it.
obsessed with it.
it's like fireball with more sugar, and fireball already has a lot of sugar. I don't need more sugar.
not
in my
worried
Fireball.
about the
What
sugar?
sugar content for?
I'm. It's more of the taste. It's too sweet for me.
okay.
Is what
Just-
I'm saying.
just say
I'm,
that.
oh no, I'm not saying the nutritional part.
Well,
Obviously,
that's
look,
what I felt like you
honestly,
were.
look at me. You think I,
I mean,
care
to be
about the
fair,
nutritional
I
No,
part
we
right
didn't
now?
think you cared. Yeah.
I like to eat to
To
completion.
be fair, when I walked away from the producer's room, the last thing I heard was, "Have you lost your ass?" As you asked your producer.
This is just a
Josh.
common question
I
because
have.
Josh looks great. He's lost some
Again,
weight,
if there
and
was
I
an
asked
HR
him.
department, I wonder if that would be a concern.
Ray goes, lots of Richards I deal with on a daily basis. Stock down for Richards.
Definitely.
Stock massively down.
It's hard to
for
avoid the
Richards.
jokes these
Mhm.
days.
It really is.
Bigelow was wondering what the line is for groomsmen / bridesmaids. Like, where is the maximum you want to see? Like,
Oh,
That I want to see if I'm attending a wedding.
7.
6.
I think
I'd
both
rath-
of those are too many.
I'd rather you do 5, but I'll give you 6 before I start.
That's
making
what
sure
I. That's what I define as the max.
7?
Max is 5.
Yeah.
Like
Max is 7. Ideal is 5.
Oh, you
3
get the
is a
fingers
money
up.
amount for me. You just go 3.
3.
3 aside sounds perfect.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm 41, and that sounds amazing. What Connor is
Yeah.
proposing.
If you have, look, this is
I had 3
this
aside.
age difference. Age difference here. If you had 3 people as groomsmen or bridesmaids at your wedding, there would be a little bit of judgment. I think for my generation.
Really?
I think my generation would be like, you don't have more friends.
Oh no, I have more friends. I just I have only 2 favorites.
See, that's once again the age
Yeah.
gap here, right? Because you've gone through the 9 to 10 year
But he got
process of
married 5 years ago, so it's not.
but
know.
he's talking about himself now. He's saying right now.
Yeah, but when you got married, you only had.
3
You only
aside.
had 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
I
would
mean,
be.
I think I had 7.
I think 3 is not enough.
I'm suddenly not sure what that looks like now.
Maybe I guess I'm judgmental.
Honestly, if I did it again today, it would just be 1.
Absolutely.
I would
Yeah.
have the same exact group that it was.
I think right now I would be at. I would have to do 7, but I would prefer to do 5.
You go have your wedding is about to be off the chain.
Dude, well, but it's not going to happen for another 10 years.
Yeah, but when it
so
does, it'll be off the chain.
it'll be a good wedding. My goal is to be the last hurrah. Matt's wedding is the last hurrah.
The
This is
last
la-
dance.
There
This is-
never is a last wedding.
No, but
Yeah.
like the last.
I've been to second weddings.
the last
Yeah, I was gonna
hard
say.
wedding. The last hard wedding. Like this is like
What's that mean?
No.
like you know.
And then the generation of cousins after you
Yeah.
is starting to get married now. And I'm like, oh, I remember when you were born. This is terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna
Would
start
you
bringing
be
your kids to
serving
weddings.
chimichangas with undetermined food.
I mean, depending on how many Cubans are there, there might be some empanadas and
Oh,
you
sure,
know.
man.
Sure.
That sounds great.
I
You
mean,
can get empanadas for white people too.
well,
okay.
but
We
like
go to Taco Bell, we get that sea salt caramel empanada.
But the Cubans love, and especially the Ramon side of the family, empanadas are their jam. Like the Ramones love empanadas. Like anytime I went to any sort of
They
event
think they love
growing up-
empanadas more than me.
Yes, they do. They
Is
think it
Ramon
and they do.
your mother's maiden name?
Yes.
So your choices, you could have been a Ramon or a McMaster.
I almost my broadcasting name
I'm
is
over
almost,
here with like the just German
Yeah.
Schrader or Schaefer. Like there's nothing good about either of these.
Schrader or Schaefer.
Yeah, that was it.
That's
Those were
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, I almost was Matt Ramon for broadcasting. Like
I think Matt Ramon would have been a pretty good
that was a
broadcasting name.
thought. That was a thought. And my dad actually My dad
You could have went Mateo Ramon and really played into your heritage.
Dad actually encouraged me to do it. He was like, "This might give you like more of an advantage in terms of just like the hiring."
She's just gone with Barone.
Matt Barone.
Yeah, Matt Barone.
That's actually
and then
a good
you
one.
act like Ray's son.
I think you missed out by not doing by Mateo Ramon.
Yeah, but my mom goes, Mike, he can't speak Spanish. They'd know he's a fraud. And I'm like, good point.
How do you spell Ramon?
Remon.
Oh, okay. That is not where my.
Oh, you thought it was Ramon.
Well, that's
Ramon. Ramon. No, that'd be Ramon.
Ramon.
We are Ramon.
Oh, like Ramir Johnson.
Right, No, it's a Ramon. That's. I'm not Matt Ramon. I'm Matt Ramon.
Matt Ramon.
No. I'm not.
Matt Ramon.
That's the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com. Middays Matt coming up next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're going to hurt some people. Whose car are we going to take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster is always joined by Josh Odson. J.O., how are you?
Doing good. M.
Double M. Double M.
Could be triple M.
I tried getting people to call me M&M in grade school. Never worked.
Sure, yeah.
Never worked. I never really had any like clever initial based nicknames, even though I was primed to have that. Matt McMaster, so MM. My middle name is James, though, which, by the way, talk about a basic ass name. Like we were speaking in the crossover. James and Matthew, both in like the top 5 and most used names across like literally the centuries. Decades would be more accurate. But Matthew James McMaster, you think people might call me MJ, you know, or MJM or Double M or M&M or M&M or something of that nature. No one ever called me that. It was very disappointing. It's probably because I wasn't cool enough at that time.
Interesting.
Do you know who
you are now?
Do you know who is cool though? Our listeners, the coolest listeners around here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network and 97.7 The Zone in central Nebraska. Very excited to be broadcasting to you from here, 50th and Dodge, on a beautiful Wednesday. Weather is weathering right now. Very nice, very sunny, very evil, very Danhausen, if you will. Very hot, red hot, some might say. Number one, I think he's the number 2 merch guy right now, by the way, Danhausen. Even though I bought a Danhausen shirt and then immediately have not watched anything wrestling has produced since then.
I just want to know what people who don't watch wrestling think of him on First Take. And
has he cursed anybody?
Well, he cursed the Cavs,
and it worked.
It did.
Is he going to? Once again, if I was the WWE, I would tell this man, cease and desist. Don't test your luck. Take your take your bumps here. Like, you did a great job. We don't need to push it. Like,
let's celebrate the win.
1,000,000%. And that's what we're all about here on Middays with Matt, celebrating our wins. As the NBA Finals is today, would be a big win for either team to set the tone in what I would call a David Stern NBA Finals. If David Stern was the commissioner and he was pulling the strings and wanted to pick his ideal NBA Finals heading into this playoffs, obviously he would, pick the Lakers, but they ended up getting eliminated unceremoniously. But if you weren't to pick the Lakers, I think that this would probably be the ideal matchup you would have in the NBA Finals. New York back, first time since 1999 that they are in the NBA Finals, taking on a historic franchise, a pillar of success, a pillar of excellence, really, in the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs, with their incredibly young core and budding superstar in Victor Wembanyama, who we are literally going to have the conversation at the end of the series if this man has the opportunity to be the greatest player of all time. And he does play with an attitude and competitiveness that we've been missing in the NBA, where I think he'll get his fair share of supporters as opposed to detractors, because I don't know if the math of, or not the math, but I've always felt like when we talk about great players in the NBA, we love you, and then there's a certain line that you cross, and then we go, you're not Michael Jordan and you never will be, right? And we get very defensive about MJ. I feel like Victor, because of just how unique he is the type of guy that may not have to deal with that as much if he were to build an NBA legacy. We'll talk pretty quickly. We won't spend too much time on game 1 of the NBA Finals today. We'll spend more time on some other things, but we will talk about it at some point. Well, quickly, though, I want to talk about it now. Stanley Cup Final yesterday, quite incredible. We had 9 goals scored between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes. We had 5 goals in the first 15 minutes of that game. Quite remarkable.
Fun.
For the common viewer,
Yeah.
I hated it. I was getting very mad. I didn't.
You were all about how great a defensive series this would be.
First off, Nikola Eulers, our dog of the day, scored not 1 but 2 goals. So shout out to us. We hit dog of the day. Absolutely massive, absolutely clutch. I just don't like it when there's bad defense. And there was some really bad defense in that Carolina Hurricane defensive zone. They just decided not to cover the front of their net, but they did a great job pushing the pace with some of their speed. And it was one of those things. I was texting to somebody and he was spot on. He said, he thought that Carolina was a rhythmic team. And I couldn't agree more with that. And they're very well coached by Ron Brindamore, which, fun fact, I believe it came from Kenneth on our YouTube chat yesterday. Ron Brindamore has been a part of 97 of the 99 Carolina Hurricanes playoff games. 97 of the 99. That's absolutely incredible. But he was saying, the guy I was talking to last night was saying that he thought the Carolina is a rhythmic hockey team, which I think is such a smart way, astute way of putting it, how they play, how they flow, how they communicate, how they cover certain things in the defensive end. But the one thing that will get you out of your rhythm is physicality and speed. And I just think overall, Vegas was able to overpower Carolina with their physicality and their speed. But Carolina kept hitting them back, kept punching them in the mouth, kept getting pucks to the net. I thought some of the goals Vegas scored, though, were absolutely beautiful. There was one, the backdoor tap in was absolutely phenomenal. I love the short side post. So, we always talk about the house at the very front of the net, but the short side post shots, I think, are some of the more underrated shots in hockey. I haven't scored short side posts before. I've given a lot of assists, though, on short side posts to people who can shoot that shot. But then the last goal, did you see the game winning goal yesterday, Josh?
I actually didn't.
Look it up right now. If you haven't seen the game-winning goal of the Vegas Golden Knight versus Carolina Hurricanes, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final yesterday, go and watch that game-winning goal. It is perhaps one of the greatest passes I've ever seen. If you also taken the stakes of what that pass meant, that pass that was made to go ahead and score the game-winning goal against the Vegas Golden Knights was seriously one of the best passes from Colton Sissons over to Tomas Hertl, which Tomas Hertl, a very underrated player in NHL history, in my opinion.
The Carolina Hurricanes didn't post it, which seems
they probably. It was a bad. Just to describe it, it was a practically blind, backhanded pass that was on the money into the middle of the slot under a bunch of different hockey sticks to Tomas Hertl, who stuck it with a beautiful shot. It is.
Let me watch this again.
A remarkable goal, and it should be a remarkable series. 9 goals scored in the very first game of the NHL Finals. I believe 11 goals were scored in the first game of the 2010 NHL Finals between the Chicago Blackhawks and the Philadelphia Flyers. That was an incredible game that I'll never forget. This series, if it continues to live up to this and continues to live up to the fast pace, will definitely be one that a lot of people will have their eyes on. We'll still see what the ratings are when the ratings come out. I feel like every year we do that thing where it's like, the NHL, the Stanley Cup Finals definitely didn't have the ratings of a final should end up happening.
The conference finals up 50% year over year.
Wow.
And since the Olympics in February, the ratings for the NHL have been very satisfying to the league.
I just realized this last night. In a 12-month span, ESPN is going to have, or Disney and their families, they are going to have the NBA Finals, NHL Finals, and the Super Bowl in a 12-month span. How remarkable is that? Have we seen that? I would love to ask Joey Colbert. I'm sure Joey would know what is the record for how many different finals across the big 4 American sports have been broadcasted on one network in that span. In less than 12 months, they're going to have 3 of the big 4 finals on their networks, on their family of networks. So really impressive stuff. So we will talk. That's it. By the way, that's our NHL talk. Sorry.
Good talk.
If you want more, we'll talk about it when they play the next game in a couple of days. But we will talk about the NBA Finals a little bit today. throughout the show. We also will talk about Fred Hoiberg. He spoke to the media yesterday. It was great to hear from Coach Fred. His team projected by On3 to be a 7 seed heading into the season after their remarkable and historical 28-win season last year that saw them go to the Sweet 16 and unfortunately fall to the hands of Iowa, who, by the way, if you were been following college basketball, Iowa did not necessarily capitalize on the momentum that you thought they had in the transfer portal. Definitely going to be ranked outside of the top 25 to begin this season. Be curious where Bennett Sturtz ends up in the NBA draft. But proceeding with that, there were some very curious things that Fred Hoiberg was talking about. And it was honestly, this is why I love having him on Monday. A lot of the things that Fred was communicating through that press conference, we've heard communicated through Robin Washut. I think it just goes to prove how tuned in Robin is. And we're very happy that he gets to be on our show and provide you that content every Monday at 1:20. But it's kind of what Robin was saying, exactly what Fred was communicating. Fit. I mean, he really hammered home about, we have a system here. We have a culture here. We have things that are a no-go, and we have things that are a go, and we have things that we value, and we have things that we don't necessarily value as much. And, they went into this transfer portal cycle, and look, this transfer portal cycle, number one, was a lot about retention, right? I mean, they came in and they weren't thinking like some other teams like Louisville or Texas or Providence or, even Kentucky. Even though Kentucky did swing and a miss, a lot of those teams that I mentioned were thinking, how can we hit a home run and acquire other people's players? How can we get the Flory Badunga? How can we get the John Blackwell? How can we get the Milan Momcilovic? Nebraska entered the transfer portal saying, no, how can we keep our guys? Like, how can we make sure Kale is still around? How can we make sure that Price is still around? How can we make sure that Braden Frager is still around? And they got that done. And unfortunately, a guy that you thought would be a part of that core Bear Cape Butte gel, they weren't able to keep around. He went up going to Vanderbilt, as we all know. But a little bit. The thing, though, even though they didn't have that flashy home run, holy crap, I cannot believe Nebraska beat out all of these teams to get this prospect. Even though they didn't get a guy like that, they stuck to their guns, right? They stuck to their core. They stuck to their foundation. They said, what made us successful last year? What is leaving that made us successful from last year? And what are the closest things that we can replace with that? And honestly, I think you can make an argument that maybe they made an upgrade at certain spots in terms of what they're trying to do on the defensive end. It's a big team. I want to keep saying this. Nebraska's going to have a pretty big roster this year in terms of not only the guys that they have playing, but the guys that they have coming off the bench. Orm, 6'9", Kapke, 6'11", Wilkinson, that they got pretty late in the process from San Diego State. He's 6'10", I believe. Leo Curtis is a 7-footer. Like, they got some height in the front court, and then even in the back court, Frager, right, 6'5", Linhart, 6'4", and then Price Sanford, 6'7". It's kind of the trend that we're seeing more. I mean, we're really seeing people lean into we have to be as big, as long, and as athletic as possible. Nebraska did a pretty good job of doing that in the portal cycle. So like I said, did they make the massive home run swing that everybody couldn't stop talking about? No. But did they find guys that fit their system, that fit their culture? Absolutely. And we'll talk about Fred Hoiberg's process, the patience that was shown throughout that process, and maybe we show it in other places too across the athletic department. Speaking about across the athletic department, let's talk about Nebraska football at some point today. Is there an All-American on this team? Seriously.
There better be.
Is there an All-American on this basketball team? Football team, sorry. Is there an All-American? Is there a guy that you're heading into the season saying, hey, this is our All-American. This is our guy. This is the foundational piece. This is what we're pinning it on. We're going to be great because of him. At the end of the day, when we lean on somebody, we're going to lean on this guy. Is there somebody on that team right now? I can't identify that guy. I would love to know if somebody has an opinion on that. I think this team has a lot of potential. I think you go up and down this roster and you see the height, you see the measurables, you see the athleticism. You even see some pass production from some of these guys throughout the roster. But I don't know if there's a player that undoubtedly you can hang your hat on and say, this is our guy. And we know what we're going to get out of him week after week after week after week. Andrew Marshall is what comes to mind. That's the first guy that comes to mind for sure for me. Guy where I'm like, all right, against whoever he lines up against on the offensive end. I feel pretty good about Andrew Marshall. Is Andrew Marshall though is he an All-American guy? And maybe would we view him differently if he didn't start his career in Idaho? Maybe that's a whole other discussion to have in terms of optics and whatnot. But it's a question I want to put in your head. It's a question I'm going to put in my head. We'll answer that question throughout the show. The Iceman's the Madden NFL cover athlete. I never thought in my lifetime I would
the
see
bird killing thing.
He actually did the thing where he's throwing. He's jumping up and he's throwing.
I've seen 2 images.
I never thought that I would see the day where a Bears quarterback is the cover athlete for Madden. Truthfully, never thought I'd see it. I kind of was just, I never even really thought of the Bears having a cover athlete.
It's never been a position that's been that important to them.
No. Unless we had a year where, maybe if they won the title in 2006, they would have had Urlacher and Briggs. They would have been like, remember that one year they did the defensive cover? They did LOB for the Madden NFL cover. And then they ended up losing the Super Bowl in absolutely painful fashion. We'll talk about the Madden NFL cover first. Fun little segment at some point today. And the fact that I don't think Caleb Williams will be cursed. I am not worried at all.
Who are you trying to convince, me or the audience?
I think I'm trying to convince everybody.
Okay.
I think everybody falls under that umbrella. We'll also talk about SMU at some point. They're doing some pretty funny things.
Yeah, I got questions over there in Dallas.
Yeah, me too. And the Big 12 made some pretty big strides as well. So we'll have that combo. I also read a great article about Ryan Williams this morning at CBS Sports. I think anybody who's really interested in college football should give it a read. We'll talk about that at some point today as well. John Walker will join us at 11 o'clock. Let's go to the phone line real quick. Prairie Flower Casino Hotline, 402-951-1620. Andrew, we got a couple minutes here. Got 1 or 2 minutes here, Andrew. Make it quick. I love you. What do you got?
I love how you act poetic about Nebraska basketball.
Thank you.
Does Matt Rule get a buy on this year because of the recruiting class he might have coming in 27?
What do you mean a buy? What do you mean?
Like, how good does he have to do to keep his job?
Well, he's not going anywhere after that contract extension and everything like that. Matt Rule is here for the long haul, so I don't think 27 has anything to do with his job security. I think the 27 recruiting class will be a big storyline because Tim, this is my belief, and also Tim Verghese has talked about this. Their success in 26 will definitely dictate some of the things that might occur with the class of 2027 in terms of their floor and their ceiling. But I don't think Matt Rule's job is secure. There is nothing that can happen this year where Matt Rule is going to end up losing his job, and that's from a win and loss perspective.
All right, and I will say your comment about the portal and basketball. Look at Creighton last year; they had a supposedly portal class, and it turned out to be really not meshing well.
Yeah.
You have to fix your program.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate you. Look at the teams that have spent a ton of money over the last couple of years in college basketball. There have been some teams that have been successful. There have also been some teams who have not been successful. And, we've seen some pretty big stories, especially coming out of blue bloods like Kansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky, with how much they've spent on their rosters and how little in terms of success relative to what they're spending they've actually gotten. So I think it's a very interesting conversation to have. The markets might have evened out a little bit this year because I think people are recognizing that. Alrighty, we're going to have a great show today. Nick Jonas is here on Middays. Wow. That's going to be a hell of a show, but an even better get than Nick Jonas, John Walker, coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. All right, we welcome in a man who definitely is in his prime when it comes to weddings and going to a lot of them in a calendar year. It's John Walker from the Omaha World Herald, the beat writer for honestly everything. He's going to be at the College World Series. He writes for baseball, writes about volleyball, did an awesome piece about Trinity Shad Series and her path to the NCAA championships as a jumper and as doing everything under the sun. How many weddings have you been to in 1 year? The most amount of weddings you've been to in 1 year, John Walker?
Not that many, for real. Not that many. Maybe like, I think I only went to one last year. I went to two last year.
Okay.
And I think the year before that I went to three. So like probably only three. Although it's crazy, ironic, and funny that you mentioned this, because within the past week, I've gotten 2 wedding invites for later this year. So crazy how the world works. How about you? What's your career high?
Oh, career high is 1. I'm not there yet, but I will say it will be next year when I go to at least 3. There's 3 on the
you're
dot.
Developing and you're gradually growing, and then we can count on your development.
Yes, we can.
Next year, finally paying off. Yeah. I get you.
A lot of people have said that I am a diamond in the rough 3-star prospect when it comes to weddings, and somebody who could definitely blossom into a great partier. Speaking about other prospects who might be labeled like that, you wrote a great piece on London Dada, the Omaha West Side, 6'6", 180-pound prospect who has committed to Creighton, a man who used to be mopping the floors at the CHI Health Center when I'll be playing on those very same floors for the Blue Jays. You wrote a great piece on it. What can you tell us about the newest commit for the Blue Jays?
Yeah, it's a really cool story. As you mentioned, London Dada used to ball boy Creighton games. He'd like rebound some basketballs, those like big circular pads with the kids at the end under the baskets. He'd hold one of those and in between possessions come out and mop up sweat. And like he did that growing up, and like you said, Matt, he'll go from mopping the floor at Creighton games to soon playing in them. And that's just a really cool story. And then it's huge for Alan Huss and the Jays, because London Dada had long been one of their top priorities in the 2027 recruiting class, largely because it was a heated regional recruiting battle. Nebraska was in on London Dada. Iowa was in on London Dada. Those are 2 teams that made it to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament this past season. So they have all the on-court leverage as a program that kind of benefits from the recency bias, right?
Yeah.
So London Dada, that obviously could have played a factor.
Sure.
And instead, Matt, Alan Huss and his staff keep the top-rated player in Nebraska. And that's huge. Optically, of course, and on the court with what London Dada is expected to do. He still has to fill out his frame. He knows that. Creighton knows that. Everyone's well aware of that. But might I remind a lot of people, he's young for his grade.
Yeah.
He will turn 17 in July. That means he will have his first summer workout as a Creighton Blue Jay a year from now when he's 17 years old. So, like, he's got plenty of room to grow, and he has plenty of time to grow as well. And yeah, so I think he's going to end up being a really solid player, a guy who is willing to defend multiple positions, capable of defending multiple positions, and can score the basketball a little bit too. Like, he has a little bit of a post bag. I think that will only expand once he does fill out his frame. But he averaged 16 and 7, shot 48% from the field this year, and maybe most importantly for a guy who will play on the wings, like, shot 36% from 3.
Yeah.
So he can do a little bit of everything, really. I don't think he'd operate the offense. Like I don't think he'd be the primary ball handler necessarily, but he can handle a little bit. So yeah, he can do a little bit of everything. All of that is a long meandering way to say it is a huge recruiting win for Creighton, and it's a childhood dream for London Dada.
What's your schedule looking like this June when it comes to Creighton basketball? When do they report in? When do they start practicing? When does Husk get on the microphone? What does all that look like for you?
Yeah, so it's actually coming up pretty quick. So they all got to campus through last week. A bunch of them were posting on their Instagram stories and stuff. Like that's not a secret or anything. And then I believe they started like individual workouts on Monday. Because I don't think the staff can link up with them for a certain amount of time, but you can work with like managers and have like player workouts and this, that, and the other. So I think they started doing all of that June 1 on Monday.
Okay.
And yeah, and then we'll know for sure kind of where Alan Husk feels about the roster and what the plan is for them, because Creighton has its annual abilities camp on Friday. That's always a really neat event. For those who are not familiar with it, like all of the players and the coaches host just like a basketball camp for kids with special needs. It's like a really cool event in and of itself. But afterward, I believe Alan Husk and a couple of the Jays are going to speak for the first time this off season. So believe off-season program started June 1, and we'll hear from the Jays in some form or fashion on Friday.
Question you need answered in the offseason for the Creighton men's basketball team. Well, like I know how you work. Like you're always thinking about this stuff. You're a sicko. You got questions going through your head. What is this at this point? You've kind of landed on, all right, I need to hear Husk say this, or I need to hear Husk address this, or I need to find out how this player is looking or how they're going to approach this aspect of the game. What's that number one question you have in your mind?
Yeah, it's no secret that they brought in a bunch of guards. And I think I've told you on here that I'd be shocked if they weren't going to bring in another guard with one of the final two spots. So yeah, like there's going to be a bunch, I mean, a ton of backcourt talent on this roster. And each person that I've talked to has mentioned, like each player that I've talked to when they got recruited has mentioned the vision. And so I would love to know with this roster construction what Alan Husk's vision is. So there's a lot to sort through in the backcourt, of course. You have Wes Enos, you have Austin Swartz, have Cottrell Harmon, have BJ Davis, have Caden Edwards. I'm surely missing one somewhere.
Yeah.
And there's all that to say, there's just a lot of backcourt talent.
Yeah.
So how does that work out? What's the vision? Did you load up on guards because you're going to run a lot of 3-guard sets? Do you plan on running deep teams? Like what is this vision that I've heard so many of the incoming Jays talk about? That's probably what I would love to know. And I don't know, maybe a sneak peek of what I'm going to write about Friday.
Okay. All right. I think I appreciate that hit. Yeah, it'd be very interesting if they were to maybe at times go a little bit smaller, considering the fact that they might be more apt to do that right now that you have Arunse and you got McAndrew coming back. Maybe you could go a little bit smaller and run multiple guards because of the size you have.
Here's the tricky thing.
Yeah.
If you want to put 3 guards if you want to put 3 true guards on the court,
you're taking off Jason Green.
You're taking off Jason or Hudson Greer at the 3.
Yeah, yeah. What's your expectations for Hudson? What's your expectations for Hudson? That's interesting. You bring him up immediately.
Yeah. I'd say that he probably plays between the two. Like he could play 2, 3, 4. Really?
For sure.
but I think that he will probably end up like in the 3-4 rotation.
Yeah.
Because of how much backcourt talent they have. And
they are pretty big on the front court when you think about it.
They are. Like Arunse 6'10", Trayvon Carter-Givens is...
Forget about Carter-Givens.
I think 6'11", Wesley Rosa 7 foot, Isaac Trout 6'10", McAndrew 6'10", Hudson Greer 6'7".
Yeah.
Jason Green 6'8". Like, they've got some size in the front court. So it's like, what do you do with it? I think all of that circles back around to what is that vision? So yeah, I don't really know what to expect from Hudson Greer, a step forward for sure. But as far as like a role, he's probably competing with Jason Green to start at the 3. Like that's what I think it would be, right?
Yeah. Well, no, that's what it would be. I don't know how much of a competition do you think that will be though?
Oh, see, and that is a whole different conversation
exactly
that we could dive into. But right now, my expectation is that he competes he competes to start at the 3, whatever that means, whatever that ends up meaning.
Sure.
But definitely just to like the fact of the matter is he's going to have a huge role on this team. I don't think he would have come back to Creighton if he wasn't going to have a huge role, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, you're totally right.
Right. So I think I'm more so like it'll be an optics thing. It's like Isaac Trout and Jason Green are going to be done after this season. Even if 5-5 passes, they're done because they both redshirted their freshman years, so they both would have played 5 seasons already. So they'll be done. So then there's immediately an opportunity for, in theory, a junior Hudson Greer to just like fully take over the middle of Creighton's lineup. And mind you, Matt, with a really good season, Jackson McAndrew could go to the NBA.
Yeah.
So, like we talked about that, I think literally last week, that the NBA is constantly clamoring for 6'10" sharpshooters. And so who knows what happens, right? These are a lot of hypotheticals, but it's just like, yeah, my expectation would be for us to optically see over the course of this season that Hudson Greer could indeed help lead this team, if not lead it in 27, 28.
Okay, I have a lot of questions for you. Let's start with this.
Uh-oh.
Well, hey, don't go uh-oh. I ask you good questions. Let me read you this projected starting 5 from John Rothsky.
Don't even read it.
You don't like Bug at the 1? You don't like Bug at the 1?
Starting?
That's what I thought immediately too. That's why I'm asking you. It's BJ Davis. It's BJ Davis, Wes Enos, Jason Green, Jackson McAndrew, Oswin Arunse is your starting 5. Where do you disagree with that? I'll say it. Based on everything that we know, and based on his previous,
I would probably agree with that right now.
You would agree with BJ Davis started at the point guard.
That's the one that I'm not really that I'm not sure about.
Who would be
going to be interesting?
Who would be his competition? Who would be his competition? BJ Davis's competition to start. Would it be Harmon?
Fitzgerald Harmon.
Yeah, the freshman.
So Creighton loves him.
Yeah.
He like obviously he loves Creighton. He stuck through the coaching transition and this, that, and the other. But like, yeah, Cottrell won. Now, regardless of what this means on Creighton's side, Cottrell fully intends on coming in and competing from day one to try and have a role as a freshman, because the fact of the matter is when 5-5 passes next month or this month, I can't remember what it is. When 5-5 passes, there's no such thing as, we'll try and we won't even try to integrate this guy because we know he's going to redshirt. No. That's done. So it's like, if the kid can go from the jump, the kid can go from the jump.
Yeah.
And And yeah, so like he's intent on coming in and competing from day one. Will he? We'll obviously see over the course of the summer. But yeah, I think he would be some competition at the one. I don't know. Maybe maybe the guard they're still trying to bring in. I don't know.
I did get Caden Edwards and BJ Davis confused. BJ Davis is the player from San Diego State, and he started 7 games last year for the Aztecs. He averaged 11 points in the Mountain West Conference. So I want to correct that. But yeah, it'll be. I'll ask. Okay, here's another interesting question to ask you, because you brought up. Obviously, you just talked about Cottrell Harmon, but then you also brought up Trevin Carter-Givens. If you were to set a line of true freshman minutes, how many minutes do true freshmen play for Creighton?
Ooh.
Do you think there's a fair line to be set right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so I said this on Half Court Press, that Creighton was going to tell us how they felt about their post room, their post, whether or not they went and got another big. And then they did by landing Trayvon Carter-Givens and flipping him from NC State. So I was like, okay, they liked Wesley Rosa, solid JUCO prospect, but them going and getting another big just tells you that they were like, all right, we need something else down here.
Yeah.
And they got something else with TCG. So I think he could play a little bit. And I obviously just said, I think Cottrell could play a little bit at the point. So freshman minutes, I think a fair line to set right now would be like, man, see, because does Oswin get in foul trouble? Like, does he clean up the foul trouble or not? That's the big question.
Great point. Yeah, great point.
So, like, I don't know. There's a path for Trayvon Carter-Givens to play like 10, 15 minutes a game by himself.
Wow.
In theory. So I don't know. What if we set the line at like 19 and a half?
19 and a, well, what ends up happening if Cottrell ends up starting?
Well, see, then it's like way under.
Way.
That line's far too low. So that's what I'm not really sure about. Okay. I'd say what about like 24 and a half?
Yeah, I think that's a great line. I think that's a great line. I think that's
like
a great
24
line.
and a half.
24, 25 and a half, I think is a good line.
Yeah.
Based on what you're saying. Because there are the hypotheticals here, right? Like there are the hypotheticals of, well, what if Oswin doesn't foul that much? Well, then how many minutes are there really, for the next center to be? I mean, there won't be as many minutes available. And then you got to ask, well, what if BJ Davis, who we got Pesky Blues in our chat, who's very high on BJ Davis, he's
real good.
It's one of those things, John, where it's like, if you're coming from a certain school, I immediately have like a little bit more hope, that you're going to play pretty well.
Yeah.
And San Diego State with the type of ball that they play, that's a good score. It's like, you're probably going to get some sort of production out of that based on what they had to do in order to get playing time in their previous spot.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, I'm a huge fan of BJ Davis. I actually think he fits what Alan Huss wants to do, like really, really well. Huss said that he wanted to be more disruptive on defense. He wants guys who have a little bit more to them competitively. He's talked about that as well. And I'll be damned if he didn't get that in BJ Davis. The question around him, of course, will be, until it's not, for the first time in his career, can he be the lead guard in an offense? Can he be the primary initiator? That's the question that he'll have to answer. And I treat everything this way, that's the question until it's not.
Yeah.
So that's obviously a huge part of the hypothetical.
John Walker, the Omaha World Herald, going to be a busy month for you, writing all things Jays, whether or not basketball, baseball, volleyball. You write about it all. You'll even be writing about the College World Series, which we're very, very excited about. We appreciate you as always, my friend. We will talk to you very soon.
Yes, sir. See ya.
See you, J-Dub. Whiskey Walker of the Omaha World Herald. Great guy. That was a great conversation we had there. Be very interesting. I mean, he brings up a great point. They got a lot of guards on that team. BJ Davis from San Diego State. Wes Enos coming from South Florida. You also got Cottrell Harmon, where John has mentioned it over and over again. Creighton feels great about their true freshman point guard. It's certainly a talented roster that Creighton has this season. Certainly a roster that, they had the problem last year with having some presence in the paint. They had trouble last year matching up with teams with bigger front courts. Providence was probably the one that I would identify immediately as they had a really tough time matching up against Providence's front court when they played them. And guess what? They got the guy that they were having a tough time matching up against, and Oswin Arunse. And then, they got Trayvon Carter-Gibson. That was a pretty late add to the recruiting class. And then on top of that, getting Wesley Rosa, the 7-footer from JUCO. I think it's one of those things where, they definitely, I keep saying this about this team, like the team just makes more sense this year. You just kind of can look at the roster and you can identify, okay, there is your shooting. There is your ball handling. There is your spacing. There is your length. There's your size. There's your rim protection. I don't know if you could do that with last year's team. Like you could look at last year's team and say, hey, they're going to even they were ranked in the preseason for a reason. And that reason was because we thought that their offense was going to be so explosive that it was going to be very difficult to keep up with them from a scoring perspective, right? That's why they were ranked last year. And it ended up being that instead of being explosive, their offense was inconsistent. And the defense that we knew was going to be a problem and that people were hopeful that they could figure out as the season went on actually just became more and more of a problem as the season progressed. So, Creighton last year had a season where everything kind of went the opposite the way that you hoped it could go. Everything that you projected positively definitely kind of flipped. You go ahead and you look at the roster this year, and I don't think you're saying, well, they have a massive deficit here, but they're going to make that up with what they have on the other end. Like, no, I think just top to bottom, you just kind of have a solid team with a lot of talent that makes sense. And they're projected to be 40th right now in the Rothstein top 40. You're going to have to see the pieces come together. And this is going to be Alan Huss's first full season as a head coach with Creighton. So, there's that aspect. Can the team come together? And, how will Huss obviously did a great job at High Point. So I don't think there's, that much of a concern about how good of a head coach he is. I'm not trying to convey that at all, but, definitely first year at the helm here on the hilltop. How does that all come together? How does the chemistry come together? How does a lot of these new guys that I just mentioned learning the system for the first time, how does that all come together? Those are questions you can have, but I think you can connect the dots. You can put the puzzle pieces together to having a very successful season and having a very good team, more so than you could last year. I think that this is a more linear, and it's easier for me to see how this team can win games this year compared to how they could win games last year. That's kind of how I look at it. All righty, let's go ahead and take a break. There's a lot of comments about the Blue Jays and how they might be at basketball this season. So we'll read some of those comments. Fred Hoiberg spoke yesterday. We're going to talk about that. A little bit of Husker basketball flavor before we get into the odd news at 11:45, all here on a Wacky Guess Wednesday on Middays with Matt. our deep dive on Blue Jay basketball, which, if I'm being honest with you, did not fully expect us to go that deep with John Walker in terms of starters and minutes and style of play and how many guards are they going to play at once, and Hudson Greer versus Jason Green potentially, and how small or big or whatever they might get in terms of lineups. It was an awesome conversation we had with Whiskey Walker from the Omaha World Herald. But a lot of Pesky Blues was fired up in the chat. Alex Sindelar says, "I'm so excited for Dodgers." It'll be a very interesting season for Creighton men's basketball. Like I said, I like this roster. I like this roster a lot better this year than I did last year. I think this roster, I keep saying it over and over again, like you see the collective parts, like you see what the pieces like the pieces of the puzzle and how they might be able to come together. And I think that you can identify, all right, this is this guy's role, and this is this guy's role, and we'll see these two will compete for this job, and Davis versus this guy for this job, and Enos versus this guy for this job, and Greer versus this guy, for whatever, or this is what we're going to expect Wes Enos to do, or so on and so forth. I think that you looked at last year's team and you're like, okay, they're going to be really fast because they're going to shoot really well, but they're going to have to do that game in and game out because I don't know how good this defense is going to be. I don't think you have that big of a concern heading into this season. Let's talk about the other basketball team, not the one that I'm currently wearing quarters for, Omaha men's basketball, which we will talk about Omaha men's basketball at some point this year, but talking about the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Fred Hoiberg spoke yesterday to the media as his team also is ramping up, getting ready for their summer practices. Mentioned June 11th is when the team workouts will begin for Husker men's basketball, a highly anticipated Husker men's basketball season coming off of their historic run to the Sweet 16 last year. Couple of buzzwords from Fred Hoiberg, couple of interesting points, couple of repeating of phrases that I think will come to prove to be very important, and I think proves the point that Fred Hoiberg has what he believes is his recipe to winning at Nebraska. The fact that he is repeating phrases and the fact that he is hammering home similar points when it comes to his roster and the acquisition of players from the portal to his roster, I think proves to you, hey, they officially got their recipe. Like they now are going to approach every single season and every single kind of transfer portal cycle with the same idea of what they want to accomplish. I think you can look at the history of Fred Hoiberg's seasons here at Nebraska and recognize year after year they were finding that. I think that they didn't really know what they wanted to be, and I don't think they really knew how they were going to acquire the players that they needed to win in the Big Ten in the first couple of years of this process of Fred Hoiberg being the head coach for Nebraska basketball. And I think, there definitely were some differences in terms of the type of player they were acquiring in the first couple of years of the transfer portal, along with, the type of high school recruit they were trying to acquire in the transfer portal compared to now, where it just seems like they're getting older and they're definitely hammering in more so on just the importance of being able to space the floor with that 4 and 5 position. And it was very interesting to listen to Fred, talk about certain pieces of their team. A big thing that came up with Fred was assist to turnover ratio. He was he talked about that with Trevin Linhart. He talked about that with his own San Diego State transfer and Taj DeGorville, who came pretty late in the process, but he thinks will be a pretty big piece for them. He talked a lot about the fact that they want to move the ball and they want to make sure that when they move that ball, that they're not going to turn that ball over. And then I loved what he said about Sam Orm, because I thought the same thing when I watched his tape. He said, Sam Orm fits us to a T. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, he's got length, he's got height, he's got the shot, right? Shot 40% at his last stop last season. But here's the thing about when you watch Orm's tape, it's a lot of off-ball movement. It's a lot of cuts to the basket. It's a lot of usage of body position and screens in order to get himself in the correct position to get, to be effective with the ball on the offensive end. And there were definitely moments on his tape that I watched where it's like, oh, he can jump a little bit. He can move a little bit. He's got some lateral movement. He made some couple really nice blocks on his highlight reels that I was watching. And you go ahead and you hear Hoiberg go, yeah, he's pretty sneaky athletic, which I love that term. I always kind of chuckle a little bit when a coach goes, oh, he's sneaky athletic. But I think that, I'm not going to say they have the secret sauce. That might be me drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit too much. But I think if you're a Husker basketball fan, you have to love the fact that this team now enters the season with the idea of, okay, we've now gotten the taste of success, not once but twice, because they've made the tournament 2 of the last 3 years. We've now gotten that taste of success, and we know exactly how we did it, and we know exactly what we need to do to repeat it. And that's why I think last year's run to the Sweet 16 isn't lightning in a bottle. I don't think it's a flash in the pan. I think that I truthfully believe that because they now just understand, okay, hey, we have to focus on culture. We have to focus on defense. We got to hammer in on size. And we got to make sure that we have efficient passing with good shooting. And now we have a vessel through the transfer portal to evaluate and acquire those players. And you also have an investment from the athletic department and donors as well, who are willing to funnel that to make sure that you can evaluate and acquire those players that you want, that fit that system. So it'd be one thing if it was, hey, they made one hell of a run, and now you look at their roster and you go, oh, it's really not all that similar to what they were last season. That'd be one thing. It's the opposite. You look at this roster and you go, oh, I see Rink's replacement. Oh, I see Sam's replacement. Okay, he's going to have to do Bearcay's job. Okay, I see what they're trying to do in terms of the development of Leo Curtis. Okay, like the fact that you see the vision and the fact that you recognize that they're repeating steps, it gives me encouragement that they can do similar to what they did last year eventually again. I'm not going to go out on the limb and say they're going to win 28 games again, because that's just so hard to do. But I definitely still think that they're going to be very competitive and in a lot of really tight games against top teams in the Big Ten. And I would not be shocked if they, honestly, I'd be surprised if they don't beat great teams in the Big Ten next season. I think this team, the continuity is there. I think the continuity is there in terms of you're having Frager, you're having Jacobson, you're having Sanford, along with, other guys who are, maybe guys that you haven't seen play a whole lot, but they've still been with that roster. Cooper being one of them, Asijan being one of them, Leo Curtis being one of them. One underrated aspect of this team, though, that I will say is the leadership aspect. And it's not, I'm not doubting the character of the guys that they have on the team. It's just they lost a lot of it. You lost 11 years worth of Husker experience off of last year's team to this year's team. You lost 11 years total of guys who have been coached under Fred Hoiberg, who know what Coach Hoiberg wants, and who are willing to lead and communicate and be foundational, pieces in culture, be the captains. You lost 5 years of Sam Hoiberg. You lost 3 years of Rink Mask. You lost 3 years of Jamarcus Lawrence. That's a lot. That's a lot. And you're asking Price Sanford, where, it's only his second year as a Husker, to step into that leadership role. You're asking Braden Frager, who still, despite the fact it's going to be his third year in the program, still is a younger player on this roster. I think Kale, I don't think you have to doubt, him at all in terms of how much he loves the school and how much he loves that program and his commitment to it. And I'm not questioning Sanford's or Frager's either. I don't want that taken out of context. But this was a great passage here from Robin Washut of Husker Online and On3 in regard to the leadership roles here on Nebraska basketball team. Robin writes, Above all else, continuing Nebraska's strong culture was Hoiberg's top offseason priority. While the Huskers have significant leadership to replace in Sam Hoiberg, Rink Mask, and Jamarcus Lawrence, Hoiberg thinks NU has veterans ready to take on those roles this year. He singled out Bryce Sanford, Cale Jacobson, Braden Frager, and Connor Segan in that mix. He also thinks newcomers like Lynn Hart and DeGorville can help fill those roles. Hoiberg expects to see how his guys embrace their on-court leadership duties from day one of the summer workouts. And so it will be interesting to see. I know Mask and Sam were the heartbeat of that team. Their commitment and their want to have the success that they had, their want to be the first guys to win that NCAA tournament, their want to bring glory back to Fred Hoiberg and allow Husker fans to have that elusive moment and that elusive NCAA tournament run. That fire inside them and their veteran leadership was a massive part to their success. Now that you lose that, it really is a question of who's going to replace it. You have good candidates. You have guys who've been with the program. You have guys who know the system. You have guys who've played plenty of college basketball. You have the pieces potentially to fill those holes. Who's it going to be? I think it's a big question. And I'm very curious to see how it pans out, because we could talk about the height and we could talk about the length and we can talk about the spacing and the shooting and all the assist to turnover ratio and the defense and everything that makes basketball basketball. But you listen to Robin at 120 on Mondays and you listen to Fred Hoiberg talk throughout the year. It's always about culture. It's always about foundation. It's always about leadership. They lost a lot of that last season to this season. Who's going to step up? If no one does, it really is going to be hard. Really is going to be hard to replicate anything close to what they accomplished last season. But they got some good candidates. They got some guys who could potentially do that. Alrighty, let's go from serious topics to fun topics, baby. Let's talk about the odd news with Josh Odd's son here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. I'm sorry. You said a comment after before we got on air that it reminded me of something. I started laughing a little bit. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it was about. Anyway.
Sure.
Josh Hodson. Let's hear the odd news, buddy boy.
We go to baseball, where you remember that time Jose Canseco was running to
he
catch
got
a
knocked
ball,
out by
and the ball bounced off his head and went over the fence for a home run. We all remember that, right?
Tell the story, because I have a funny little tidbit about this guy.
It happened again. In the Angels-Rockies game. I know we were all watching, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
That was on linear television, by the way.
It was,
which
MLB
only
Network.
God knows why.
The glove gaff occurred in the top of the fourth inning of the 8-2 setback Tuesday in Anaheim. Rockies DH TJ Rumfield. You'll probably hear about this on USC as well. Nick, big Rockies fan.
Massive Rockies.
Received credit.
I guarantee you, Nick just found out who that Rumfield guy is.
He knows the guys.
He didn't,
the Denver Nine, as he calls them. 306.
I'm really curious. Is Grimm going to pick two teams on the same side of the bracket to finish in the national championship this year?
No,
I think he should.
Absolutely not.
I think he should lean into the bit. I think he should, because the more you lean into the bit, then it looks like less of a mistake. That's why I just mispronounce things all the time.
Yeah, to throw people off.
Exactly. Just be like, oh, that's fine. It is Ron Brindamore.
I was wondering that earlier.
I was talking too fast. All right.
I was like, well, he's the hockey guy.
Dude,
what the hell do I know?
Maybe
it's his brother. I don't know.
The morning crossovers are getting better and better, which means they're going longer, which means that I have to go through the rundown quicker, which means that
you could just say less.
That's never an option. Okay, so Joe Adell goes under the fly ball from Rumfield.
Yeah.
It bounces off his head. It's a home run. Joe Adell, at one point, when Mike Trout was Mike Trout, looking like one of the greatest baseball players of all time, I did the thing of, all right, do they have anybody in the system coming up to help this guy? Is Mike Trout going to get helped by anybody?
Okay.
They had one top 100 prospect. It was Joe Adell.
Joe Adell.
And I remember being like, okay, they got this Adell guy. Hopefully he can end up being something. He's played 7 seasons in the MLB. He has a .4 WAR and a sub 100 OPS plus. His career OPS plus is 90. That is the guy. That's the one guy that the Angels were able to find, develop, and have be a top 100 prospect.
He has a negative WAR this season. His career WAR is .4.
7 years, .4 WAR. Incredible stuff. Our second story.
I'm going to make sure we get this one in. I'd like to end with this one, but I want to make sure we get it in.
Okay.
If you're going downtown to the College World Series, don't do this, okay?
Oh.
Headline, calling 911 because a bar won't serve you a Jell-O shot is what police refer to as a misuse of services.
Yeah, that's what I think.
We go to Ocala, Florida, where a woman earned herself a trip to jail for repeatedly calling 911 because a bar wouldn't serve her a Jell-O shot. She's accused of placing 3 calls to 911 from the Nowhere Bar. They wouldn't.
That's a good bar name, by the way. Where are you going to? Nowhere.
Going nowhere, honey.
Oh, that's a great one. Yeah. Continue. Is there anything more to that?
68-year-old woman just couldn't get that drink. She just couldn't convince the bartenders to serve her, and she called 911. The employees at the Nowhere Bar said she smelled of weed and had been overserved, so she called 911. Wow. Police said, "Not so fast, lady.
Don't cross the streams."
That's
guys.
right.
That's just a very easy way to just make bad decisions. Like that just happened there. Are Jell-O shots that good where you need to call 911 to get them? Are they real? I love Rocco's. Love the people over there. I'm not disparaging Rocco's or Lefties or anything. I would never do that. I'm just saying I'm talking about the actual vessel.
I would say if you have been refused service, there can't be a convenience store that far away that you could just go get a shooter.
Great
right?
point. Great point. I think at that point it's just the principle of being refused service.
Yeah.
But out of anything, a Jello shot is what you got arrested for?
I mean, I guess if you want a Jello shot,
I mean,
you can't go to the convenience store and get that.
They're fine. They're okay, but they're not. I mean, like, you're not going to get drunk. Have you ever gotten drunk off of Jello shots?
I haven't had. I've had precisely one Jello shot
Honestly,
since I turned 21 years old.
That sounds like the worst way to singularly get drunk, just having a bunch of Jello shots.
Jello shots are a pre-21-year-old drink.
Are they? I didn't have my first Jello shot until I was. Wow, I had my first Jello shot at 18. I didn't. I was at a college party. But I didn't really start having them until I was 21.
I couldn't tell you what my max would be if I tried to max out on Jello shots. I'm going to get drunk off Jello shots. I have no idea how many that would take.
If somebody came to a pregame and said, "Hey, I'll bring the drinks, I'll bring the alcohol," and I go, "All right, all up to you," and the only thing they brought was a bunch of Jello shots. The only thing they brought was a bunch of Jello shots. I'd be very disappointed. I'd be very mad. I'm like, this is the only thing we're getting drunk on?
Yeah.
Really? Really? Seriously?
I got to try now to get hammered.
All right. We got to take a break, but we have a call coming in that maybe it'll be about Jello shots. Or maybe it'll be our friends from Rockets. Love Rockets. Middays with Matt coming up next. All right, we're gonna have a hodgepodge of topics here. And then we will talk about Husker football at 11:20.
A mirepoix of topics.
A mirepoix, a menage a trois of topics, if you will. One of them, both of them will be fun. One of them, I'm wildly confused on.
Okay.
The other one, I'm like half in, half out on. And I'm kind of like, okay, I don't know if I fully buy it, but let's dive into it, if you will. Caleb Williams is going to be on the cover of the upcoming Madden video game.
That's your guy.
That is my guy. That is my quarterback. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. We don't use that enough, by the way.
No. Kids, there once was a man named Terrell Owens.
Oh my God. Okay, we're already getting sidetracked. I don't care.
It took 11 seconds. I'm okay with that. It's June 3rd.
This needs to be said, though. Okay? This needs to be said. I cannot wait for you dads or moms in the car who are listening right now, who might have had a kid in the last 5 to 6 years. I cannot wait until you have to explain who Terrell Owens was to your kid. You have to explain to him, there is this guy, okay, who is arguably one of the 5 best wide receivers of all time. But he was such a polarizing figure in the NFL that he was not a first ballot Hall of Famer. He did and said things and acted in a way that was just, it was T.O. The only way to explain T.O. was, well, that's just T.O. And there was nobody like him. But at the same time, there were very few people who were as good as him. He is, I mean, I don't want to say like he makes sports sport, but he is just one of those, such a character, such a showman that it's just, you don't get, how many TOs do we really have anymore? How many Terrell Owens are really out in sports?
Right now?
Right now. Is there anyone really like T.O. anymore?
Gosh.
Not at all.
I mean, looking back on it, like, oh, this guy was always in the news for being a diva. But I'm looking through the news, and I'm like, okay, he was never in trouble. He was always a bit of a malcontent, but
yes.
he was never. You never saw his name in the police blotter. Now there's a child support issue, but that's not.
That's good.
That's
Great
not like
point.
That's not like Puka Nacua going on a live stream, and
that's not what Josh Jacobs is currently battling.
Yeah.
Yes. Like who had the guy caught a touchdown, caught the touchdown. His teammates are coming to him. And he decides, I'm going to run straight to the middle of the field at Dallas Cowboys Stadium. And I'm going to do the most disrespectful thing possible. And I'm going to put this ball down on the star. Okay?
50-yard line, right on the star. And I'm going to stand and look up to the heavens. And there was one man that said,
no,
not on my star.
Emmitt Smith.
And let me tell you, I was here for it. That was still one of the most interesting things that I think has ever happened in the NFL.
Seriously. So who the hell does that?
And then he became a Cowboy.
I know. And then, like, you think AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts are cool for having a rift? You think they're cool for having a beef? Buddy, you have no idea. You are a coughing baby to the nuclear bomb that was Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens, just always beefing with each other.
I do not remember his year in Buffalo.
Oh, it's often like Jerry Rice in Seattle.
Yeah.
You know, you just almost like
I remember the Cincinnati year in 2010 is last year in the league. I remember all the other teams. I do not remember.
Do you remember who the second wide receiver on the San Francisco 49er team who lost to the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl was? Do you remember who the second wide receiver on that team was?
No.
It was Randy Moss.
What?
I was rewatching the San Diego or that Super Bowl, and they were doing the player introductions, and Randy popped up and goes, Randy Moss, wide receiver, Marshall. And I go, whoa.
Huh. Look at that. After the Titans told him to walk, he went to the Niners 2 seasons later. Nothing in between.
Nothing.
Can you explain the gap in your job history, Mr. Moss?
I don't think he needs to explain at all.
Huh. No, don't remember that.
I know. Very few people do. Anyway, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, your guy.
Cover of Madden, my guy. The curse of the Madden covers.
Is this still a thing? I don't know the data on it.
So I do have the data for you.
Great.
Okay. All the way up to 2018. I'm sure if we continue, well, I have one in 2014. I can tell you right now that was pretty brutal. And then I'm pretty sure Gronk was on a cover and he got hurt in 2016.
Okay.
But let's go through the cover of last year's Madden NFL. Saquon Barkley did not have a good year. It was one of his most inefficient years that Saquon has had.
But he was healthy, yes?
He was healthy.
Okay.
He just wasn't Saquon. Now, here's what I would come to mention. They ran the ball with his ass the year before 345 times.
Yeah. Not everyone's Derrick Henry.
He had you like throwing that in there, Titans fans. He's
going to run out of miles.
He had 33 receptions. The guy had 378 touches the year before. No duh, his yards per attempt are going to drop 1.7.
1,100 yards last year.
It was not a good year for him. It was not. And by the way, credit to me and Josh Peterson. We were trying to tell Riss. We saw this happening right away. We're like, he is not going to have a good year. He's not going to play well. Just because it's like the wear and tear. Look at the history of running backs when they have over 300 touches. Typically, they come back the next season and they're not nearly as effective. And I would honestly come to argue that like there's a little bit to be said about like Christian McCaffrey having an injury after his Pro Bowl years, right? Let's look at Christian McCaffrey's history.
Let's take a look at Mr. Glass.
He goes to the Pro Bowl in 2019. He plays 3 games the next season. Okay. He makes it to the Pro Bowl in 2022. Okay. Great year, hell of a year. Goes ahead, makes the Pro Bowl in 2023, has another great year, ends up being the cover athlete for Madden 24, would have been 25, and he gets hurt the next year. Christian McCaffrey is the cover after his 2023 season. In 2024, he only played 4 games. So we have back-to-back Madden cover athletes who had very inefficient seasons after their awesome running back season. 2023, Josh Allen did not make a Pro Bowl after being on the cover of Madden. Now, he was 5th in MVP voting, and he had a very good season. But did not make a Pro Bowl. Now, Madden 23 is tough because John Madden is on the cover, and it was because of his passing and the honor of John
because
Madden.
He passed. He wasn't on the cover and then passed.
It was because
that would be a curse.
That would be tough. Then, the year before, though, we had Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. That would have been the year he won in the Super Bowl, correct?
He was on the cover in 20 and won the Super Bowl.
Oh, 21, he lost the Super Bowl. 21, that was the year he lost to Joe Burrow, no? I know that Tom Brady the year after. So Tom Brady's on the cover the year after he wins the Super Bowl. They had a terrible season where he had to throw the ball an insane amount of times, and they just never got their crap together in Tampa Bay. That was actually it's probably one of Tom Brady's more disappointing seasons after the 2020 season. They brought a lot of those guys back after 2020, and they ended up failing miserably.
5,300 yards, 43 touchdowns, 12 picks after his cover season.
Good point. To be fair, though, the team did not have the success. They lost in the first round.
As a team, yeah, sure.
Lamar Jackson is on the cover of Madden 21. He goes ahead after his MVP season in 2020. He did not make a Pro Bowl. Actually had one of his more inefficient seasons without getting hurt after he was on the cover of Madden. In 2019, Patrick Mahomes was on the cover of Madden.
Patty Mac.
He won the Super Bowl. Now, he had 1,000 less passing yards than his 2018 MVP season, but he did end up winning the Super Bowl.
I think you take that trade if you're Pat.
This is where things kind of get a little bit interesting. Okay? This is where, like, you can say McCaffrey, all right, wear and tear. It happens. Maybe it's not a curse. It makes more sense, right? Then you could say, same thing with Saquon. Doesn't make a ton of sense. After that is where you really start getting into the oof.
Oh no!
You start getting into that's tough. 2019, Antonio Brown is on the cover of Madden NFL.
Oh,
he was out of the league 3 seasons later.
Well,
things might have happened. Things might have occurred.
Sure. But the Madden curse is about the year you're on the cover.
Well, yes, but to be on the cover and to have the 7 Pro Bowls in a row and then to end up being out of the league 3 years later, that's tough. Rob Gronkowski then ends up being on the cover the year before, a couple of years before Antonio Brown in 2017. He got hurt the year after he was on the cover in 2017. Richard Sherman was on the cover in 2015. That's when the ball was thrown on the 1 yard line and Malcolm Butler picked it off and broke the hearts of the Seattle Seahawks. 2016 is when Odell Beckham Jr. was on the cover. I believe the next year is when he got hurt, is when he had his, 2017, he had a massive injury and he only played 4 games.
Still in the league, though.
Still in the league, Odell Beckham Jr., but some would argue that after that injury in 2017, that's when it really started going downhill. Okay? I mean, Odell Beckham Jr.'s career before the Madden cover and after the Madden cover are very different. So there are some comments. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. There's more bad on here than good. Okay? Richard Sherman lost the Super Bowl heartbreakingly. Rob Gronkowski's career was never really the same after he was on the cover. Antonio Brown was out of the league 3 years later. Both Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson did not have as efficient seasons and did not make the Super Bowl the year or make Pro Bowl the year after being on the Madden cover. Tom Brady, it was just the last season in the NFL, and Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley both ended up having either injured seasons or very, 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 very tough seasons after. So now Caleb Williams is...
Yeah, what do we do here?
I'm not worried.
Not worried.
I am not worried in the slightest. In no way, no shape, no form am I worried that this Madden cover is going to affect the Iceman in any way, shape, or form. I'm not worried in one instance. Okay? First off, all the olds out there, you can eat it. All right?
Whoa.
You can eat it. I'm calling him the Iceman. I don't care George Gervin had the nickname 40 years ago. I don't care. I do not care.
That's fair.
We don't call... When do we talk about George Gervin in sports?
Never.
Seriously. He's an awesome player, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest scorers of his era in the NBA. I mean, no disrespect to George Gervin whatsoever. But currently, right now, in the everyday conversation we have about sports, we do not speak about
I mean a little disrespect towards George. Just a little.
Why do you have disrespect? Am I uneducated?
Just everybody's all like, oh, no disrespect. No, I'll give a little disrespect. Fight me. I don't care.
Tyson goes, isn't Drake the real Iceman? I don't really care about Drake.
I think Iceman from X-Men is the real Iceman.
Drake. I'm not worried. I'll keep saying I'm not worried, Luke. I'll keep saying it. I'm not worried.
You sound convinced.
No, I am. He's talented. Brett Bielema was on 104.3 The Score over in Chicago talking about how he is just taken aback. So he went to some of the workouts they were doing with Caleb Williams, and he was talking about how just taken aback he is by the fact that he is one of the most arm-talented quarterbacks he's ever seen in his life. Caleb Williams is supremely talented. There's a reason he won the Heisman. There's a reason he's a #1 overall pick. He does things on the football field that you wish your favorite quarterback could do. I don't give a damn that he had a 58% completion percentage. That's because he was under pressure a lot and he had to throw the ball away. Granted, was sometimes him being under pressure his fault? Yes, I'm willing to admit that. At the same time, though, play after play, fourth quarter after fourth quarter, game after game, he got the job done. He won the Bears a playoff game against the Green Bay Packers. When the hell does that happen? Okay. He's got the second year under a genius football mind head coach. He's only going to become more mature. He's only going to become more comfortable within that system. And he's got a head coach who knows exactly how to play within, who knows how to call plays exactly within the strengths of his quarterback. And he's got awesome weapons. Luther Burden, Rome Odunze. I don't remember a time when the Bears are going to have so many guys drafted highly in fantasy football. I do not remember a time where the Bears were going to have multiple guys drafted in the first 5 to 6 rounds because they're going to be catching a ton of passes and because they're going to be running the football over the place. Luther Burden, Rome Odunze, Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet, Sam Roush, DeAndre Swift, Kyle Monunga, a great offensive line. It was an incredible offensive line last year. It was one of the best in the league. We got worried when Dahlman retired. Don't matter. You get Logan Jones from Iowa. One hell of a draft pick from the Bears. This offensive line is retooled. They're ready to go. He's got the future weapons around him. He's got the incredible head coach calling plays for him. It's made for him. It's made for him. I am not worried in the slightest about this cover. I think it's a dope cover. I've never thought I'd see a Bears quarterback on the cover of Madden. I am so happy that it's happening. Good for Caleb.
So you're going to get this game and
no, I'm not getting this game.
Okay.
I'm not getting this game. I don't play Madden. I'm not a Madden guy.
I don't. Connor alluded to this when he was in that seat. Nobody plays Madden anymore.
Not really.
I don't know.
Roommate Dan does, and but roommate Dan's a sweat. That's the problem. There now are so many. Do you know what a sweat is?
Not really.
There are these like
not in the context you used.
There's a way to play video games and where you play it in the most efficient way possible. It's like the analytical nerds have figured out what plays and what formations and what players and what teams and all that type of stuff is the best to use. And they just they just keep using those players and plays and formations over and over and over and over again. And so it's kind of whittled down the game to only a certain amount of plays and things that you can really do. And if you do it consistently, it's just really annoying to play against. And so it's like you have to do a lot of research in order to figure out what is meta. You know what meta means?
Like the Facebook?
No, world? Meta in gaming terms is like you're on par with everybody else. So if you're meta,
I'm not doing scouting reports to play.
No, seriously. And so you have to watch YouTube videos because there are YouTubers who experiment with all of these things. And so they have to find out what meta is. And then you have to do all the research. Doesn't this sound incredibly complicated?
I'm going to build the Raiders into a Super Bowl powerhouse in franchise
I play
mode.
3 games, brother. I play NBA 2K27.
Oh.
I play Lego Batman. And I play Among Us. Okay. That's what I play. I've talked to you about Among Us. It's my favorite game. We have some of our guys who play Among Us with us.
Don't act sus around me.
I say, hey, there you go.
I'm hip. I know the things.
Look, like we have the guys who I play Among Us are in the YouTube chat right now. L Blatch, he's Dr. Jelk, right? You got Jackson, he's Spark Tua, Tyson, he's just what's his Tyson is he used to be a different name. I think it's just Ty. Dan is just Dan, everything like that. So Carol goes, the fact you don't play the college football game is a shame. Carol, I was on it for a year and a half, and then I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, Tyson's a problem, child. I played the college football game, and I got my fix. I was like, Coastal Carolina, the Chanticleers won a championship. Nice. I was good. I was ready to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it seemed like 6 months that game was. You were clamoring for it for like 12 years. You finally get it back, and then 6 months. You guys are like,
isn't it kind of just every other game now? It's kind of just every other sport game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll stop making it because it's kind of like the Choco Taco.
Yes,
right? How many
yes.
people are really eating and enjoying the
What a
Choco
comp.
Taco? But
You take the Choco Taco away, everyone
everybody
freaks out.
flips out about where the Choco Taco. Oh no! What happened? Like that's what will happen with college football if they're like, yeah, not many people are interested as they
It's like a
used to be.
restaurant closing in this town. Well, if you went to the restaurant, they probably wouldn't be closing. Oh, but I love it. My family used to go there. Yeah, that's the problem. Used to go there.
Are you referring a pizza place?
Any place that closes. The Facebook page is nothing but, fake pearl clutching.
Real quick, have you seen this SMU coin thing?
Okay. That's literally all I've seen. I don't know who they're giving it to. I don't know what it means.
Listen. I have read multiple articles about this SMU coin. I have no idea what it is.
They're giving their recruits not money and calling it money.
Can I just read you a couple excerpts from SMUmustangs.com?
What a total SMU move. Go ahead, please.
Mustang Partners today announced an innovative multi-year partnership with Creda, a digital engagement platform founded by Bhavesh Kalia, a graduate of SMU's Cox School of Business. The agreement will launch SMU Mustang Coin as a new fan engagement platform designed to connect Mustang fans, student athletes, and students through interactive digital experiences and community-driven programming. Okay?
What the hell did you just say?
I have no idea.
You read the words great.
What this means. It continues. The partnership introduces interactive elements to the SMU game day experience, including the coin toss presented by Creda, Creda fan zones and select football games, and additional fan engagement opportunities. Fans will also have access to premium experiences such as upgrades, field access, and behind-the-scene opportunities, along with integrated rewards-based engagement systems. The partnership also includes a significant NIL component for SMU athletes. The partnership also creates hands-on learning opportunity for SMU students. Once again, I know nothing of what you're talking about. What is interactive elements? What does that have anything to do with a coin? I'm confused. And how does this have anything to do with? And how am I giving you money? Am I paying for these interactive experiences through the coin? This explains nothing to me. And I have no idea what this is. They just keep saying interactive, innovative engagement, and they keep spamming that over and over again. I think it's just going to be another way for them to say, "Give me your money."
Yeah, what?
I don't know what any of that meant. Platcat is really mad right now about what we said about Iceman and George.
I said a little bit of offense intended.
This would be great if the listeners have beef with you as opposed to having beef with me. Typically, you're good guy, Josh.
I'll carve out the lane of being just slightly against George Gervin. I'm okay with that.
So yeah, am I the only one, by the way, where I read all of that and I don't understand any of what that means?
Look, man, you rewatch the video. My eyes glazed over about 4 words into that explanation of what this coin is. Is this money?
I don't know. I don't know. They just keep saying interactive experiences and exclusive access with rewards, and I don't know what any of that means.
Is this one of those things that, like, hey, trust us, it'll be money later? Because I would not trust someone if they told me
here,
that.
by the way, is the least surprising sentence that ends this whole thing. The partnership was secured in collaboration with SMU Athletics by its multimedia rights holder, Learfield, the leading media and technology company powering college athletics. Remember when we explained to you the multimedia rights warehousing stuff and Playfly and everything like that? Learfield is just Playfly. It's just a different type of multimedia right holder that tries to funnel money into college football programs. Is probably the best way of describing it. And they just have to find a way to do it legally. I guess this is one of the ways they found out to do it. Tyson goes, SMU coin may replace the US dollar.
Despite its name, the coin is not a financial instrument, security, or speculative
It's not
cryptocurrency. It holds no monetary value outside of the platform. but I can trade it in for experiences.
For interactive.
I'm an athlete, isn't it?
I read this a little excited. Can I be real with you?
Yeah.
I read it a little. I'm like, okay, hey, I'm all for people being creative in order to make money in the college football space or college athletic space. I love it because immediately I start thinking, okay, hey, Nebraska might be able to do this. I'd buy Husker coin.
Yeah. Has Ndamukong Suh commented on this? He's a big financial guy.
Do you think we can get Ndamukong Suh for the College World Series? Maybe we can book that.
Maybe if Oregon gets here.
But ask him a bunch of financial questions.
Yeah.
Ask him nothing about football.
He hasn't tweeted in like 2 or 3 weeks. He's not up to date on the SMU coin.
Ndamukong, should I be investing in a Roth or a 401k?
I've heard of both of those, so that's a little bit of progress over SMU coin.
Black Hat goes, Ndamukong Suh, the financier.
Exactly.
Ndamukong, I'm taking out 10% of my paycheck in order to pay my student loans. What do you think about that?
Wow, you have 10% of your paycheck left over?
What do I pay for?
Okay.
I pay for nothing.
That's true.
Oh my God, I just exited out of the StreamYard.
Don't do that. I'm not pretty enough to be on my stream by my lonesome.
Yes, you are. I spent this morning complimenting your weight loss.
Well, that's going well, but we're in between haircuts as we await the College World Series because I want to look good for the OBV.
I want to look good for the OBV, but like I told you, I'm not cutting my hair until the first game of Husker football season.
You're not. When did this happen? Whoa, you're not cutting your hair until the first football game?
No.
That's in like 2.5 months, Matt.
It's exactly what I did last year. I did the same exact thing.
How long is it going to get to your shoulders?
No. It was it was long last year.
Okay.
Before in August. I cut it in February.
So during the hottest parts of the year, you're going to have the most hair?
That's not that long. It's just 2 months. It'll get...
Hey, you do you, man.
It'll get to the wings. I am growing out the fluff, though, under the mustache, and then I'm going to blend it. So, all right. Let's take a break. Should have gotten out of this segment a couple minutes ago, but we were having fun with SMU coin. We're going to talk about Husker football coming up next here on Middays with Matt. Hey, I want to remind you about the Summer Sizzle giveaway. We love Arby's here on the show. We've spent a lot of time talking about Arby's in regards to even not the sponsorship we've had, just because I might just get a beef and cheddar today.
Do it. You've
Do it. Did you read that article about the new Godfather? On
this has been like, don't get me wrong, I love Godfathers. It's a great local organization. This has been the slowest rollout of a mascot ever. It happened like 6 months ago.
I thought we were done.
And people are just finally noticing.
OWH released an article, and I read another OWH article about the new Godfather. Now, I will say, I got the super thin pizza at Creighton, at a Creighton basketball game, the super thin Godfather's pizza. Pretty damn good.
That's the kind my dad likes.
I prefer and don't get me wrong, I like the regular Godfather's pizza. I think the super thin though might be better. I prefer the super thin. I think the super thin is just straight up better. I still think Matt ranking pies through Omaha right now, Paisan's number one.
It's a fine selection.
Then I would go. I love Frank's over.
Okay.
By Moe and Curly's over in the Capital District, right next to Let It Fly. I can't tell you, I can't explain it to you other than I can eat two of those slices any day of the week. Sometimes I'll get a pepperoni and a cheese and I'll stack them on one another. And I'll eat that.
Hello.
I will say Rocco's Pizza is underrated. Okay. Or maybe it's properly rated. Maybe I don't know. I actually don't know how people rate Rocco's Pizza, but they do a great tavern, like kind of Chicago tavern style, super thin pizza over at Rocco's. I would put at number 3, though, Dolomiti. I'm not a wood fire pizza man. Okay. I don't love wood fire pizza just because I don't feel full after. I feel like I have to eat.
That was
food.
it. I remember it's like you had some concerns with it last time, and I forget what they were.
But
thank you.
Just straight up from a flavor perspective, Dolomiti, absolutely incredible. Also got a shout out Lighthouse. They were pretty, the 9-inch pizza slices.
Classic.
Pretty damn good too. But what I honestly love more than anything is an Arby's beef and cheddar.
That's what we were talking
sandwich.
about.
And 1620 The Zone and Arby's are teaming up for the Summer Sizzle giveaway. You can turn up the flavor with the Summer Sizzle giveaway. Enter to win, and you could score a combo meal every week all summer long. That's 13 weeks of hot, delicious wins. No cooking, no stressing. Just sizzle and bites on us. And Arby's. Enter now at 1620zone.com and make this your tastiest summer yet. Okay, let's talk about Nebraska football. So On3 is currently doing this series. I don't know if they've released a new one yet, but basically they are ranking the top blank position groups in the Big Ten. Okay, so they've done the top 5 quarterbacks in the Big Ten. They've done the top 5 running backs in the Big Ten. And I was just curious. I was like, I wonder, as they continue to do this, the top 5 linebackers, the top 5 cornerbacks, and the top 5 defensive linemen, and so on and so forth, which currently right now, without the preview magazines, I couldn't really tell you who my top 5 are. But it did beg the question for me, is Nebraska football going to have anybody on these top 5 lists? I'm gonna offer up probably not. And I also started then to think about Brett Ciancia, who early July is the release date, as always, for the Pick 6 previews. Very excited to go ahead and pick up my copy when it releases. Brett will be joining us throughout the entirety of the college football season to come on here and talk about what he's seeing using his game grader. It's one of those things where it's like, when Brett does his projected all Big Ten teams, how many Nebraska football players are going to be on those lists? And that's the one issue I keep running into with this team. There's a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of potential on this team. I cannot stress that enough. Paul Mubanga's got a lot of potential at that guard spot. Elijah Pritchett, I think very highly of. Justin Evans might be a guy who ends up as a top 5 center in the Big Ten. That'd probably be my number 1 guess. You got Anthony Calandria, who's lightning in a bottle, who's super electric, who could Maybe he ends up being what Diego Pavia was to Vanderbilt. Maybe he ends up being that to Nebraska. You look at the wide receiver room, Quasi Gilmer, Ja'Cory Barney, and Isaiah Hunter all have that great combination of talent, speed, along with the fact that they have proven production at the Power 5 level. I really like the pieces that they have in the secondary. I'm a fan of Addison Williams as a coach, and you cannot deny that that linebacker room is by far the best that they've had under Rob Dvorak. Now, they're going to have to pick it up a little bit in recruiting. They took a hit this morning with linebacker from Bloomington, Illinois, committing to Michigan State, and you know, they're going to have to do a little bit more work in terms of that position group in the 27 class. But I digress. Right now, as it stands, linebacker room, pretty damn good for Nebraska. V9, Foster, Chambliss. A lot of talent. A lot of potentially good outlooks. But who is walking through that door? Who is coming off that bus where you go All-American? Where you go top player in the Big Ten? Where you go, I know for a fact that today that guy is going to be one of the 3 best players on the field. They have a lot of guys who could be that. They have a lot of guys who could end up developing into that. But that's kind of my concern, and that's honestly been my concern throughout this team, or throughout following and covering this team the last couple of years. You just haven't had enough guys where you walk into a game and you go, without a doubt, he's going to be the best player today. He's going to be the best guy on the field today. We know that when we give that guy the ball, anything can happen. There has been a lack of that in this football program. And you know how I know there's been a lack of that in this football program? Because you haven't had a first-round pick in 15 years. Okay? Because you haven't had a top 50 pick, what an arbitrary number. It don't matter. You haven't had a first-round pick and even the top half of the second-round draft in quite some time. It's just one of those things where I like a lot of the pieces on the team. I like the fact that you can kind of pick out, all right, well, if this guy doesn't pop, maybe this guy could pop. And if this guy doesn't end up being great, well, they got this other guy. He's got potential too. There are a lot of different dudes where they kind of match up. They look like and they project as guys who could be impact players. But when I'm evaluating this team heading into this season, and when I'm evaluating when they go ahead and they play these top teams, there are going to be a lot of games this season where they don't have the best player on the field. Probably a couple games this season where they don't have the 3 best players on the field, if I'm being frank with you. Probably going to be that way against Oregon. Probably going to be that way against Indiana. Probably going to be that way against Ohio State. I think Owen Chambliss is a beast. I think you are it, baby. You can't buy it. You can't sell it if you wanted to. You are it.
There it is.
The American dream, baby. But he's only played in the Mountain West, you know? He's come from San Diego State. How is he going to handle the increase in competition, the increase in size, the increase in speed? I think he's going to handle it well, but you never know. But that's kind of emblematic of what you have going on in this roster. There's a lot of shiny toys on this roster. You go, ooh. If you buff it out, if you clean the interior, if you give it a nice car wash, man, it's going to be the best car in the lot. But there's things that you got to do, and there's no guarantee that those things are going to happen. So that's I see these lists coming out, and I like this team. I think I like this team a little bit more than some people heading into this season. But that's one thing that I'm a little hesitant with. I see these lists come out. Top 5 wide receivers, top 5 running backs, top 5 corners, top 5 linebackers.
They always
top
get it
5
wrong.
Quarterbacks. I go,
was Emmett on any of these lists
great
last
point.
preseason?
Great point.
You know, if we want to be positive boys.
By the way, the whole discussion of, is this running back room better now than it was last year? Maybe it could end up being that. All right. And EJ Barthel is very confident about his group, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for EJ, what he did with Emmett Johnson last year, and the recruiting that he's done in Chicago. You got 1,800 yards to replace, guys. Okay? Maybe through the aggregate of Rule,
Many
Mosey.
of them will be from Big Tone.
But I'm talking about the running back specifically.
Sure.
You got 1,800 yards to replace. Giambi hit 342. On Damon's on base was 277. Almeida's was 312. You add that together, you get. You want me to speak when I point at you? That's what we're dealing with here.
Sure.
Replacing 1,800 yards. It's hard for me to make that argument when Emmett just leaves as massive as a hole as he's left because of how great he played last year. It's hard for me to jump on that wagon. I think there's a lot of talent in that running back room, but it's hard for me to jump on that wagon. I just want to put that out there because now that we have these YouTube guys making all this discourse about the running back room being better. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. It's just a lot of production to replace. All right. It's a Wacky Guess Wednesday here on Middays with Matt. We're going to hit a quick break. Then we'll have a quick little segment, and then we'll have our Wacky Guess of the Week coming up at 1 o'clock on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Not the best day so far for Nebraska in terms of recruiting. We talked to Tim Verghese yesterday. He mentioned that June is a massive month for recruiting in terms of official visits, getting some OVs done, getting some commitments. Just saw here that Indiana just got a commitment from a 4-star defensive lineman, Reynaldo Perez. He committed to Indiana today. The 6'5", 265-pound D-line chose Indiana over Ohio State, Michigan, and Virginia Tech. Quite incredible. Hoosiers making a big splash, and then just reported about 45 minutes ago from Tim Verghese, a defensive lineman that was supposed to visit Nebraska from June 12th to June 14th, has off the board and committed to Florida. Zamar Tooks was supposed to take a visit to Nebraska this weekend. He instead committed just about 45 minutes ago to Florida. And then on top of that as well, earlier in the day, a linebacker from Bloomington, Illinois, Matthew Brady, committed to Michigan State over Illinois Northwestern and Nebraska. Brady was scheduled to official visit this weekend with Nebraska. So a D lineman and a linebacker who were supposed to take OVs in the month of June before they even get to Lincoln, officially off the board for the class of 2027. It's definitely a tough break as the linebacker board gets a little bit thinner, and it was already kind of thin as it was as Brady goes off the board. And obviously, Tooks was a guy that Verghese had talked about plenty on this show that Nebraska was very interested in. Obviously, they were going to get him on campus in about 9 days. He is going to be a Gator. So, got to get him on campus. Gotta get him on campus. And when you get him on campus, don't let him go. Don't let him leave. That's kind of the whole deal. It also is interesting to me as Pat Fitzgerald gets this commitment from a very linebacker that has been screaming up the boards and have been, reading a lot about from the great conglomerate of recruiting people who report on Twitter, whether it be Greg Smith or Tim Verghese or Callahan or Brian Munson. I think oftentimes we hire college football coaches and say, wow, they did this with this amount of little resources. Imagine what they'll do with this resource, right? Imagine what they'll do when we increase those resources that we give them. That's a big basis as to why we hire college football coaches. And I think sometimes athletic departments ignore some of the other factors that have to play into a coach being successful outside of, hey, he did this here, I bet he can do it here. And that's fit. And it's not only just fit in terms of style of play and fit in terms of conference and fit in terms of experience of conference, but also fit in terms of the area. And Pat Fitzgerald, coached at Northwestern forever. He knows that Illinois area, honestly, almost better than anybody in the Big Ten. I mean, that was his backyard. And especially, I think, underratedly, a very underrated thing about Pat Fitzgerald was his son, Ryan, was playing Loyola Academy football. Loyola Academy is one of the best Illinois high school football teams in that state. And when Pat was in limbo after being let go from Northwestern and then getting the job at Michigan State, in that in-between stage, he was the defensive analyst for that Loyola Academy football team. And what's underrated about that is that he was able to scout, evaluate players, watch players play, watch high-level Illinois high school football players, and then also to still be in the high school football game and make more relationships with coaches throughout the state. And so I think it was a very underrated and a very sneaky part that when Pat Fitzgerald was out of the coaching game, he was still laying down roots in Illinois and still making those connections with not only Illinois coaches and playing against Illinois teams, but he had his eyes on Illinois high school football players. Very underrated. All right, let's go ahead. Let's hit a break here. Wacky Desk Wednesday coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
It's Wacky Guess Wednesday. Middays with Matt. Who is our guest? We don't know. It could be anybody. It could be an actress. It could be a singer. Could be your mom. Let's go. They're in the green room. Who's our guest? We don't know. They're all booked up and they're ready to go. Hey, Josh, choose a guest. Make them interesting. Don't screw this up, or this will suck. It's Wacky Guess Wednesday. Middays with Matt. Who is our guest?
We don't know. Matt, great singing for me. Appreciate it as always. Josh Otson, who was our wacky guest today?
Well, our wacky guest today comes to us from right here in the Usher Media family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Let's drill a little deeper, shall we?
Sure.
Sports director for GI Family Radio with our friends in Central Nebraska, listening to us on Crystal Clear FM. Could you imagine a FM sports station in your market? What a great idea.
I couldn't.
It's Brian Gallagher.
Oh, okay. Brian, how are you?
Really good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How is Central Nebraska in the summer? How's the weather over there?
You know, it's absolutely gorgeous, which is good because I got a really important meeting tonight.
Oh.
You know, it'll take about 2 hours, maybe about 2.5 hours. But I want to make sure the weather's good in order to get the full advantage of that meeting.
Can I ask you, Brian, does that meeting might include being on a golf course?
I prefer not to discuss that question.
You said 2 to 2.5 hours. I go, oh, Brian, it sounds like, I don't know if it's so much of a meeting as it is a good time.
Well, it's golf league. So,
Yeah.
And it's after hours. So
Absolutely. I have funny enough, I will also be in a golf league today on Wednesday. Wednesday is the golf league.
Must be a good day to play.
It is a phenomenal day to play. I'm hoping though the wind, it needs to start moving the other direction just because I'm a lefty, and if it's moving east to west, then it helps me because it can knock down my slice. It's kind of what I'm going at here. Very curious for you. Are you going to be at the College World Series, Brian?
It sounds like it. We've been working on all the particulars, and It sounds like I may get to spend a couple of days there.
That'll be a ton of fun. What are you looking forward to the most coming in here and hopefully broadcasting with us when it comes to College World Series?
My real joy of looking at this is seeing how much different it's going to be compared to the old Rosenblatt.
Sure.
Because I had a chance to go to the College World Series back at Rosenblatt when Georgia Southern played Mississippi State. And that's when Mississippi State had Will Clark and Rafael Palmeiro.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, I covered Georgia Southern baseball.
Okay.
And the year that I was down there, they just missed going to the College World Series, lost to the University of Miami in the tournament on the way. So they didn't quite get there, but did get a chance to get caught up with some of the old Eagles folks. And then over the years, people have discovered what Georgia Southern is, what they're all about, and especially when they came into Lincoln and beat them in a football game.
Well, so have you been? How many more times have you been to the CWS since then?
Not very many.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I've been up to the Omaha Royals. I get up to Omaha quite a bit for broadcasting here. In fact, I was at Werner Park and also at Tal Anderson this year for the Nebraska State High School Championships with Grand Island. And over the years, I've had a chance to participate, including when they won it in 2008.
Yeah.
So, you know, between playing in Lincoln and playing up there, different places. And this year, the Islanders beat Millard North in the opening game of the season. And ironically, Millard North goes on to win it, but that's why you play.
Well, we're excited to have you here at Charles Schwab Field, not Rosenblatt anymore, but still some of the fun things at the OBV. You still got a Zesto over there, so don't worry. We'll get you some ice cream. I'm glad though, Brian, that you're on here because you know we're on 97.7 The Zone, but I always like it when we can add in a little Central Nebraska flavor. So I'll just ask you because you know you're in it and you're around it, working being the sports director for KRGI. What's the big news right now in Grand Island? What's really happening?
Well, news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the big news that's going on is that they just added a new summer baseball team called the Grand Island Fighting Cranes.
Yes.
That is part of the new Diamond League, and they joined forces with the Hastings Sodbusters and some other teams. The Fremont Moo play in it.
Sure.
And it's college guys want to just improve their skills during the summer, and it's at the newly revitalized Ryder Park, which is shining brightly because it was something that the project was, well overdue, and they finally got it done, and it's absolutely beautiful, and people are enjoying the heck out of it. And they're 6-0. They're off to a really good start.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we also started another indoor football program. It's called the Arena League, but anyway, the team is the Nebraska Siege, and I was the PA announcer for the Nebraska Danger when they were here.
Okay.
And championship run 3 different times, lost to Sioux Falls every time, but 9 years here, and then they've been away for 7. So it's good to have them back, and the early response is amazing.
Educate me here with the Fighting Cranes, because maybe some people here in Omaha may not know either. What is the inspiration for the name Fighting Cranes? What does that stem from?
Because the cranes, the Sandhill Cranes, this is one of the major flyways between here and just the other side of Kearney. This is one of the major flyways, so there's a lot of cranes here during the year, and they just decided to go ahead and make a play on it, and the early response has been really good.
Brian, I have a curious question, and maybe it's the same and maybe it's different, but I do often find that sometimes we talk about Husker football different here in Omaha than sometimes the people talk about Husker football in Lincoln. Do you find a different vibe, a more positive vibe, maybe a more negative vibe in terms of your listeners and how people are feeling about Husker football heading into 2026?
I think going into 2026, the hopes are still high. But I think the hopes are high every year.
Yeah.
This is a very devoted fan base out here. Now, I moved here in 1980, and ironically for Grand Island, 46 years ago today was when the tornado hit, June 3rd, 1980. And I had lived here almost 10 weeks. But when I moved here, I realized in a hurry that this is a very devoted community. It's a very cohesive community, and it's one of the reasons that I've continued to be here, raised a couple of sons, and have been able to continue what I really enjoy, doing what I'm doing. But the thing that I've discovered about Nebraska football, especially around here, is that they're really excited when there's in-state guys that can go and excel. And Tom Rathman, a Hall of Fame running back for Nebraska, he graduated high school here in 1981.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just one of the examples of the guys that have come from around here.
Yeah.
But I think that deep down, people here, they want to believe, they want to see that the program is successful again. They're asking questions like a lot of other people, what do we need to do? And especially with the uptick of the other programs, men's basketball, women's basketball, now this spring, the baseball and softball, both getting into the NCAA tournaments, and, wrestling. There's, just a great heritage. And I think that the push is definitely there from the entire program to continue to elevate that success level. And are they impatient? Sure they are, but they're still devoted. They still, buy season tickets. They still love to have tailgate parties. They still love to get together and talk about the Huskers a lot. And, you still see a lot of flags on game day.
Yeah, well, I think that's so well put, Brian, because I don't think it's a surprise at all that Nebraska overall as an athletic department has had success during the NIL era. Just because if you're a softball player and you see 3,200 people at Bowling Stadium, how would you not want to play there? If you're a volleyball player and you see them playing at Memorial Stadium, and they're going to go to Wrigley Field, and they're going to go to Vegas, and they're going to go to Dallas, how could you not want to play there, right? And you put it so well. If there's a push from people, they want winners, right? They want winners. If the athletic department is winning, people are going to support it. So I am curious. So it'll be your 50th year in broadcasting, if I'm reading right on some bio?
Year 40. I'm in year 49 right now. August 8th will be the start of year 50.
Wow. Congratulations. That is absolutely remarkable. I have to ask you, 50 years in this business, what is the biggest shift that you've seen? Shift in terms of, I mean, obviously there are some mediums that were way more popular and way more needed. And when you started around what it would have been, if I'm doing my math correctly, 1976 is when you would have started. Obviously, there's social media and there's now YouTube and all that stuff. But just what it's kind of, you look back and you go, wow, this I maybe never have foreseen maybe this coming in broadcasting.
Well, I think the biggest thing that I've seen and I have really enjoyed is how the digital tools have made our life easier.
Yeah.
When it comes to editing and being able to go ahead and do some fine tuning on the product that you put out there. In the early days, we relied a lot on phones or else good old Marty, the live antenna setup that we had. But a lot of that has gone away. There's a lot of competition for the bandwidth and stuff right now everywhere you go. And so every once in a while you get that little burp or stretch or whatever it is that you try to do again. But I think that in regards to competition to it, one of the things that I really firmly believe is that radio has held on to its place very well because it continues to tell a story that no one else can. We have a theater of the mind ability. We have that ability to go ahead and describe the picture. Go ahead and talk about a blue sky and a warm day, and all of a sudden everybody paints their own picture. And it works, and it sets the stage for it. And we're able to go a lot of places that maybe a lot of media groups can't go because they have to bring all of this equipment in order to try to get that snapshot of the blue sky. Well, we can do a lot of things in a lot of places.
Sure.
And a lot of people have made a great living. And you look at some of the legendary broadcasters over the years. You take a look at Mel Allen. You take a look at Vince Scully. There are just names that people that have gone into their 80s and 90s. And, I'm 70, but I love it. I mean, this is something that, something that I've discovered, and I share this a lot with people around here, is that when it's game day, it's game day. And, the adrenaline kicks in all by itself. You're ready to go. You're ready to travel. It doesn't matter. And the other thing that I'm proud of is in all my years, I've never missed a game being sick.
Wow.
So I guess it works.
Yeah, you're doing something right. Absolutely. We have a text from Greg in Hastings on our text line. He writes in, Brian Gallagher is the man in GI. Tell him his favorite umpire says hello.
I know exactly who that is. Yes, I do.
But I got to ask you, Brian, because I this is awesome. I'm so glad Josh has you on here on Wacky Guess Wednesday. By the way, I don't think you're wacky at all. We don't want that to come off the wrong way.
We still have time. We're not done.
But it's just I love, as somebody who's very young in this business, right? And I haven't even had a cup of coffee in this business. I love talking to people like you who have lived in this business and who have grown through this business and have been pillars of communities like you've been in Grand Island. I worry, Brian, and I'd love to get your opinion on this. I go back and I met this broadcaster in Chicago. He's since passed. His name was Chet Kopic. Do you remember who Chet Kopic is? He was a TV man in Chicago.
Can't say that I do, but anyway.
He would, I talked to him a couple times and he would tell me these great stories about how he would just fly to games and go to a game and be a locker room and tell all these locker room stories. And you hear all of these great broadcasters, whether it be in radio and TV, talk about how, they learned so much through the access that they were given, whether it be going to practices, whether it be going to the locker rooms after the games, whether it be just hanging out with coaches and owners. And now I've seen, as more and more money has been pumped in to sports and more of these athletes are not necessarily looked as avenues to tell stories, and yet they're looked at, multi-million and maybe at some points $500 million assets that we've limited access. Does that worry you at all as well, that it just seems like players and teams are less accessible to get to know?
Yeah, one thing that I have seen, and even in high school and college work that I've done, is that if you have a good relationship with the team in general, you will get access to the players. You will get access to the coaches. But what you do is you set up an appointment.
Yeah.
I'm not going to walk in, stick a microphone in their face, and tell me, so you really suck today. What can you tell me about that? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm always going to treat them with respect. Typically, you get respect back. You take the time to set up an appointment. You fit into their schedule. And then all of a sudden, the discussion just goes on and on and on. And in all of my years, the only time that I've really had any problem is if it was somebody new that I hadn't developed a trust level with. But after a while, we're on the same page. And so my confidence is high.
I'm glad you say that, Brian, because it's just sometimes I see some of this, the teams kind of limiting things. And I love hearing stories of broadcasters that maybe don't get published, but then eventually you hear about, right? And the things that they can tell you. And I feel like we kind of limit that stuff from times, but I think you're totally right. And something that I've learned as well, if you treat people with respect, they're absolutely going to respect you back. And it's all about getting those sources and making those connections. We have a text here from Corey in Grand Island. He wants to know what's going on with the Grand Island Senior Highs football program. Is that anything you can speak on for our listeners?
Well, I think the biggest thing that's gone on has just been a transition. Jeff Tomlin had a terrific run, decided to step down, and they went through, have gone through a little bit of a rough stretch as far as the coaching change. The initial hire only was here a year, and then they have since brought in, a new person to take the role. I think that Jeff's going to be just fine, but I think that what you also have is a very large school that has a very diverse student body. And so there are plenty of people that participate, but plenty more that don't. And so in order to try to get the amount of student athletes back involved in activities, it doesn't happen overnight. 2 years ago, they didn't have girls basketball, varsity. Now, this last year, they got a junior varsity program going again. And so this year, for the 2026-27, girls varsity basketball is back. And, and that's a program that's in transition. The building is huge. The population is huge. But the demands on their time can be huge too. And there is still some cultural growth going on in order to try to encourage multi-level participation as opposed to check in at school at 8 o'clock, get out of there at 3, and then, just go home.
Talking to Brian Gallagher here on Middays with Matt, the sports director of KRGI, and probably more accurately, a foundational piece of the broadcasting community in Grand Island. Brian, I'm so happy that you're here. Great to talk to you. Excited to talk to you at the College World Series as well. Before I let you go, just for our listeners here and our listeners on 97.7 The Zone. For me, Brian, I'm always kind of looking, we're in the sports cycle we're in now, but there are definitely stories that I'm looking toward and I'm looking forward to talking about that, but we're not quite there yet, right? We're not quite in that season. Is there any story like that for you, Grand Island specific, that you're looking at that you're like, all right, we maybe need a couple more weeks of the season to start before we dive into this, but I'm looking forward to talking about it?
I think you're really going to start to see the elevation of the football program and some of the other programs happen here. And one piece to keep in mind, and this is something that I'm really hopeful of, and it doesn't mean it's going to be this year, but I think you will see the difference, will be with Grand Island boys basketball. Jeremiah Slough did a wonderful job of coaching, had tough run, but had a player of the year with Isaac Trout, who's now wrapping up his career with Creighton. In years past, Wes Wilkinson played here and ended up finishing his career with Nebraska and then having a stellar career over in Europe. But the new coach here came in last year, came in a little bit late, Deshaun Bryant. But if you look at his bio, it just so happens that his son is playing for the San Antonio Spurs, who just so happen to be playing in the NBA Finals right now.
Yes.
So he's been around top-notch basketball, and he's a guy that is trying to share the same skill, the same learning, the same disciplines that type of a player has learned with his help. He's been involved in coaching a lot of years, just made the move to Central Nebraska here recently, and, got in late. So sometimes you get that athlete that is thinking about it, and the other one says, well, I'm going to stick with, intramurals for right now. Well, that's going to start to change, and I think that as this grows, it's going to have a carryover effect. And so I do see some bright things coming for him. I really see bright things all across the board, but that doesn't mean by snapping your fingers it's going to happen overnight. Yeah. And the transition that Nebraska football is still in is good evidence of that. Because for years they owned it, and all of a sudden it's tough to get back on that good side of the ledger.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where it's really hard to get there, but you can maybe even argue it's even harder to keep it going, right? And it's
especially today, yes, and especially with the changes, the transfer portal I can live with.
Sure,
it's the free agent market, okay? NIL, I'm still not convinced. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done to try to make that truly equitable. It's a bonus baby for anybody that participates, but sometimes you've got to make sure that all of those edges and rules and benefits are equitable. And I do mean equitable. That's something that is, if you don't have it, then some of the imbalance that's out there right now may never go away.
Well, and also too, I just think when you have an unregulated system, that's a bubble waiting to pop, right? I mean, that's just kind of just history tells you that when you just have unregulated throwing of money around and there's no rules and everybody is going crazy, that's destined to fail. That's destined to not be sustainable. And
I'm like some of the recruiting violations from 40 and 50 years ago.
Seriously. Brian, you and I are set to host together at the Omaha Baseball Village on Monday, June 15th, and I could not be more excited about it. So happy for you to come on here, do a little primer, do a little pre-radio show with you before we get going at the College World Series. So really looking forward to that, my friend, and looking forward to meeting you in person.
Likewise, I'm excited and honored. I'll see you up there.
All right, Brian Gallagher of KRGI in Grand Island, sports director. Great guy, Josh. That was awesome. All right, guys, that's going to be a lot of fun. I have a tremendous amount of respect for people who have been in the business and who have been as impactful as a guy like Brian has been. And so very excited to host with a man who will teach me a thing or two. For sure. Absolutely. And maybe I'll teach him a thing or two. Probably unlikely.
You've got a couple tips and tricks up your sleeve.
Yeah, they more so has to do with making ribs or smoking a pork butt. I don't know if it really has to do with doing a radio.
I think Brian's probably got that on lock. Just strikes me as a
You know what? Brian versus Matt rib competition at the College World Series.
Let's go.
Screw doing sports with Brian. Let's just make ribs and have people taste it.
I'll be the judge.
Yeah, I bet you would love to be the judge. I bet you would love to be the judge. You know what? I wouldn't like it to be the judge because then your hourglass figure would not be coming in like it is now.
That's right. I'm wasting away.
You are. You're losing your butt.
Got to get in my bikini bod. Got my Lainey Wilson butt right now.
There it is. He sets him up so he knocks him down.
You got to lose the weight so that you can cultivate the mass afterwards. Or something.
Isn't it supposed to define the ass, not remove the ass?
I got no idea.
You're just eating less.
Yeah. It's amazing what happens.
I know. I honestly, I feel a transfer of weight going on right now.
You can have it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there was a picture that was supposed to be on Twitter that was not good looking. I'm not a fan of how I look in that. So anyway, let's hit a break and talk about the NBA Finals coming up next here on Middays with Matt. I don't know if this is a real report.
Love this.
I think it is. I mean, it's coming from a guy who's got 40,000 followers, and he's a college football insider and recruiting analyst covering University of Texas, who has added a fairly valid credential here on his bio. So we're gonna go with it. I mean, this will be aggregated. Okay. So
if it's real,
we will be talking about it. So maybe we're just early on it.
Would love that.
From CJ Vogel.
CJ Vogel.
Joey McGuire at the San Antone QB Club. Texas Tech is expecting to announce a major 2027-2028 home and home with a major blue blood. It won't be Texas because they are scared, is apparently what Joey McGuire said.
All right, that's pretty good.
So if that's fake, that's a great fake tweet right there. Because speaking at the San Antone QB Club sounds like something Joey McGuire would do.
Oh, yeah.
100%. He totally would be. And that's like the coaches, you get that sometimes where it's like, yeah, Matt Rule was at a church and he said this. Or Jeep Wade was at, this Grand Island bar and said that, to a bunch of people.
Some of these coaches forget that just because you're in this tiny place in this tiny town that, it's just...
I'll just spew.
It's just us. I can be a little more real than if I was on Pat McAfee. Well, no, you can't actually.
They're actually like, yeah, Mike Vrabel was seen smiling at a small New Hampshire golf club outing. Like, oh, oops. This is really funny. So if that's real, we got ahead of it. It was tweeted about an hour ago. And we will see if that ends up getting aggregated.
Oh, no. One of the comments.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Watch it be like Nebraska. Crying, laughing emoji, crying, laughing emoji.
Damn.
Nebraska would never play a Power 5 team
there
in
it
the
is.
non-con.
There it is. Oh, you're so foolish to think that Nebraska would opt into that.
Yeah.
How far the mighty have fallen, by the way, for them to be the punchline. One person wrote, watch it be Tarleton State.
Classic blue blood.
Classic blue blood. Everybody knows about the national championships that Tarleton State have won. Also, too, funny thing, not funny thing that happened, actually interesting thing that happened. Brett Yormark acted like the mom in the car with the Big 12 and said, I will turn this thing around if you all don't shut up. But in particular, he said, I will turn this thing around if you don't opt in to the College Sport Commission. And so all of the Big 12 teams are opted in to the CSC and will abide by their rules. So including, and not limited to, Texas Tech, who seems like they're just spending their money all willy-nilly, and you're very confused as to how they're able to get these $50 million rosters. Well, they're going to have to abide by the rules, so we'll see how that happens. Funny enough, too, speaking about NIL, Nick Saban is speaking to Congress. This whole Congress hearing thing, by the way, they just happen in my life, Like, I just go on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg is at Congress today. Here's this congressional hearing. That's interesting.
Is Nick Saban going to lower the gas prices?
No.
Is Nick Saban going to lower my grocery bill?
No.
Then get him the hell out of there.
Eggs are pretty cheap, though, at least at Hy-Vee. They're only $1.79.
That was the one grocery item we were worried about.
I've been eating a lot of eggs. I've been having that and full chicken wings. I used to get the winglets.
Oh, okay.
And now I get the full, even like the little thigh, the little chicken thigh.
Michael Severe would be proud of you.
Yeah, and now what do I do? I gotta ask Michael next time we have him on. What do I do with that weird little back part? Like
he'll know
that little. What is that? The hand of the chicken or whatever it might be. I don't know.
Hand?
Well, I know they don't have hands, but you know what I'm saying. It's that little unedited. You can't eat that part. What do I do with that part? By the way, somebody was talking about smoking ribs and everything like that in the YouTube chat. I'm so glad we're smoking has become mainstream, but it also isn't as pretentious as it used to be. I felt like when smoking meats really became commercial, and I'm talking you could buy a green egg anywhere and a Traeger anywhere and any of that stuff. People got really they got really defensive and they got really passionate about how they smoke. I feel like smoking now is just a regular thing. You do it how you do it, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There used to be people oh, you're using a pellet smoker? Oh, no. I chop up my mesquite wood,
right.
Oh, you're using oak. I'm more of a timber guy. It's got a great smoky flavor to it. I'm just glad it's just, no, I got a green egg. Nah, I just put it around the smoker.
Just what I do.
I marinate it. No big deal. That's just kind of what it is. PC goes the classic chicken hand. Sindelar goes smoking is back, folks. And J-Man goes, is Nick Saban going to kick Matt and Josh out of his Airbnb? Of course. You remember those commercials?
Look, oh yeah, I literally saw them every commercial break for an entire college football season. I can't forget.
I thought it was funny.
I did too.
I thought it was way better than the Meghan Trainor State Farm commercial.
Yeah, that's a weird bit of casting.
That was a tough watch.
If I ever see Meghan Trainor on my TV again, it'll be too soon.
Now, I did hate Whopper at first, and then it warmed up.
The jingle?
Yeah.
Oh, great jingle.
It warmed up. Anyway,
also reminds me of one of our favorite listeners, Whopper, 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 Whopper.
Yes. Chili's got that baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I got my baby back, baby back, baby back.
Ribs.
Chili's baby back ribs.
I want my baby back, baby back.
Chili's baby back ribs.
Baby back, baby back.
Chili's baby back ribs.
I want my baby back, baby back.
Chili's baby back ribs, barbecue sauce. They got to bring that baby back.
Oh, that's just not a staple of their menu?
No, they're doing ride the dente, ride the dente.
Ride the dente? Like
They
al
have-
dente pasta?
They have a Presidente margarita.
Oh.
That's like their thing. Along with the triple dipper. Chili's
Dollar Mart.
appetizers.
Well, I guess that's Applebee's that has Dollar Mart.
See, Applebee's was coming up on Chili's, low key. Applebee's was creeping up. And all of a sudden, Chili's started doing meme stuff and got the young crowd on Chili's. If you watch, so Carson Hocevar is a race car driver. He has just a straight up Chili's hat that you can buy. And that is like a popular hat for people my age to buy and wear. Just the straight
Chili's
up
hat?
Dude, if you wear
Okay.
Chili's merch to a bar, you will get compliments. You will
I
get
guess
compliments.
your generation loves watching The Office on Netflix ad nauseum.
Yes.
And Chili's, a famous part of that sitcom.
I'm just a Phil goes, what is happening?
You never know when we're going to break out into song. Okay.
That's the part of the show.
Yeah. We're the show most likely to break out into song.
I mean, we're an entertainment show.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where we're not like those serious shows in the morning and the afternoon.
Anyone can do sports takes. We got those. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone can talk to any writers in the area about a number of topics. We got that.
Yeah, but who's asking Andy Kendi about Happy Days? This guy. All right? This guy. You want?
Is he on the show tomorrow?
I don't know which one of these KUTV
Sacco is
people
Sacco
on.
going to man up?
You know what? You want me to text Sacco?
Yeah.
I think it's Sacco. Well, I don't care what it is. He doesn't come on our show. No, Sacco. Have you seen him on your TV recently?
Oh yeah, he went to Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
cover the Women's College World Series.
How do you look?
Tall. He was actually at the Iowa Western spring game, but I didn't I didn't know it was him, so I didn't introduce myself.
Ever since we lost Matt Foster, we needed some more height in Nebraska media.
Channel 6 has that guy that's 9 feet tall.
Clayton Keller?
Yeah, doing their sports.
Dude, that guy was getting so much time during the NCAA tournament because it's just like he was sticking out like a sore thumb. I like Clay. He's a good guy.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice man.
Channel 7 now has to hire a resident tall.
I see, and they lost Foster, and now they got him back.
Yeah.
Husker goes, sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Whoop. Afternoon delight. I saw a clip of that of bloopers of Anchorman.
What year is it?
What do you mean?
You stumbled across bloopers of Anchorman?
Yeah,
is it 2004?
It's on YouTube Shorts.
Well, sure.
It was on YouTube Shorts, and I just happened to roll on in to bloopers of Anchorman, and I was like, "Hey, I should watch Anchorman." I was like, so I think I might end up watching.
Okay, add it to the list of things you tell me you're going to watch.
I didn't even save Noah Sacco's number in my phone.
Wow, disrespect.
Well, you know what's disrespectful? Trying to book that guy for multiple weeks and he's not on the radio.
He's busy.
I just want to talk about his dream job. I want to put the guy over. I'm Shawn Michaels trying to give 1, 2, 3 man a good cover.
Hell yeah.
Everyone knows I'm the Marty Jannetty of this crew. Okay. Anyway, let's just real quick. We have to talk about the NBA Finals because I teased it. What are you picking? Spurs and what?
5.
I'll go Spurs and 6. The one thing I'll say is that Oklahoma City went to the basket a lot against San Antonio.
Seems like a stupid idea.
So there you go. And the New York Knicks have shot 41% from 3 this playoffs, which is why they've been kicking everybody's ass. All right. And so the fact that the New York Knicks have been shooting the 3 ball really well and it gives more space to Jalen Brunson on the offensive end definitely plays into their favor. The fact that they can shoot so well from the outside means what? They don't necessarily have to challenge Wemby as much at the rim. And so you have Jalen Brunson, who is an incredibly clutch basketball player. You're going to give him a lot of space. Now, I'm going to love to see the Brunson-Harper matchup. That'll be wildly interesting to me. So I would not be shocked if the New York Knicks steal a game on the road and win a game at the Garden. I just think over time, I don't know how you're going to hide Jalen Brunson. You can't put him on Dean Wade in this series, right? There's not a Dean Wade for you. You can't put him on Vassell. He's going to get dominated by Champetti. He's going to get dominated by Castle. De'Aaron Fox is going to take him to the woodshed, right? And Dylan Harper would bully him. So you cannot hide Jalen Brunson anywhere on the court. And he also can't hide Karl Anthony Towns. And I think a very key player of this basketball series for the New York Knicks is Mitchell Robinson, and he's going to be battling through a pinky injury. On top of that, one of the biggest X factors for the New York Knicks has been Landry Shamet, 64% from 3 this playoffs. I know this is Manalytics, and I know this is the classic Resk versus Rusk argument, but the guy hasn't played in 11 days, right? It's just like, what is the rhythm going to look like for New York? They haven't played in a long time. Now, I will say this. New York hasn't played a lot of basketball games. They've only played 14 through 3 rounds. San Antonio has. And San Antonio has been in slobber knocker series, right? And so come game 5, come game 6, could San Antonio fatigue a little bit? And here's another thing too. New York's got to play fast in this series. Right. If you allow San Antonio to set up in their half-court defense, they're going to get you. So it's one of those things where I think New York matches up pretty well from an offensive perspective and also from a legs perspective. They have the legs. They can play with speed. If they control the pace of the game and they make San Antonio play with them, I can see a way they can wear them down and take a game or 2 off of them. I just think at the end of the day, though, San Antonio, top to bottom, is just a better basketball team. And I think especially on the offensive end, while I have mentioned the matchup problems that New York is going to give San Antonio, San Antonio is going to give New York some matchup problems as well. I love the over in this series. I love all the overs. That's probably what my dog of the day is going to end up being.
On points or games?
On points.
Okay.
I think points is going to be pretty big. But the 3 questions I'm going to ask heading into game 1. Who's Jalen Brunson guarding? Can New York keep up their 3-point shooting? And what does Mitchell Robinson look like? Those are the 3 questions. And there's a reason why they're all Knicks-related questions. Because the Knicks are the ones who are fighting uphill. If the Knicks can answer those questions in an adequate or above average manner, I think they're going to have a shot to extend this series. I think at the end of the day, San Antonio is just going to win the title, and we're going to have some very interesting conversations about Wemby and how many they can win. But I'm very interested about this game tonight. All right, we got to hit a break. We'll tell you what to watch and our dog of the day coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. to forget about our Zone half-off deal, 1620zone.com and Happer and Shea for 72 table and tap. If you want great food, if you want great craft beer, if you want great bourbon, go to 72 table and tap. One $25 gift voucher for the price, two $25 gift vouchers for the price of one, 1620zone.com. What are we watching very quickly?
We're going to watch the NBA Finals Game 1, Knicks Spurs, 7:30 on ABC. Listen to everyone on the East Coast complain about how late it starts. WNBA on USA tonight. Toronto and New York, 6:30, followed by Phoenix, Seattle at 9. Major League Baseball, Tigers, Rays on right now on MLB Network. Mets look to avoid the sweep up north in Seattle at 4 o'clock. And then finally on MLB Network, Dodgers, Diamondbacks at 9 o'clock. Game 1 of the Women's College World Series Championship is tonight.
Oh, yeah.
7 o'clock on ESPN and right here on 1620 The Zone, Texas Tech and Texas hooking up yet again for the second straight year. And finally on Disney Plus, the premiere of the movie Hoppers. Animal lover Mabel seizes an opportunity to use a new technology to hop her consciousness into a lifelike robotic beaver. What do those crazy geniuses think up next?
Turn me up.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill you, Brooklyn. I'm going to rip his throat out.
I
will blow this man out.
That's what we're
doing. I will
doing.
step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you gotta love dogs, right?
Over 222.5 plus 134 for tonight's game is what we're going with dog of the day for Knicks versus Spurs. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Can't wait to watch it. Can't wait to talk to you tomorrow. UFC and the crossover coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.